Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's my pleasure to call to order tonight's regular Tiburon Town Council meeting for Wednesday, November 15th. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nick Farr.
Present.
Councilmember Thier.
Here.
Councilmember Wellner.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fredericks.
Here.
And Mayor Ryan.
Here, thank you. So to begin, we will start the meeting by giving people an opportunity to speak on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. And as we've done in the past, we'll start with people in the chambers and then we'll go online and see if anyone wants to speak there. So if you have anything that you'd like to say to council that is not a subject considered by tonight's agenda, you're welcome to come up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. So identify yourself and then you'll have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do you want to give some instructions to the public on that? Who want to dial in?
Yes, if you're calling in on Zoom and would like to make a comment during this meeting, please use the raise hand feature of Zoom, which will indicate to me you'd like to make a comment. You can find the raise hand button on your webinar controls bar on the bottom of your Zoom window or smartphone screen. If you're using Zoom, I invite you to turn your camera and microphone on to address the council. Please accept the request from the Zoom host. They're being promoted to a panelist. If you're calling and using a phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone in the chambers who'd like to address council on something that is not on tonight's agenda? Please just come up to the podium and then you'll be able to just.
Sure that it's not on the agenda. It's really strategy.
I think that would be covered under public hearing 1. So you'll have an opportunity to speak during public hearing 1. We'll take comments and you can speak at that time. Thanks. Anyone else have anything that's not on the agenda? Seeing none here, is there anyone online who'd like to speak?
Seeing none.
Okay, so I'll close the open public comment period and we'll move into the agenda. To start us off, we are going to consider the consent calendar. We only have one item on the consent calendar. Are there any members of the council who would like to remove that item from the consent calendar?
I just wanted to state that I will not be voting on this item as it was my birthday and I was not at the meeting.
Okay, thanks. Are there any members of the public who want to comment on the consent calendar item? Anyone online who wants to comment?
Seeing none.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to entertain the motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
And anyone
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No. So that passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you.
I have a question. There is something I wanted to mention that is not on the agenda. Should I wait until council
Yes, please.
reports? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Right now we'll move into public hearing 1. That is the next item on the agenda, and it is the municipal code amendment item, holding a public hearing to consider amendments to chapter 16 of the municipal code. Do we have a staff report on this, please?
We do have a staff report. Bob Brown will be presenting a portion of it, and then Matt Tacker, excuse me, I always mispronounce his last name, will be doing the second portion of the presentation on the design. We've been working together on this for some time. So with that.
Thank you, Dina. Mayor Ryan and members of the council, good evening. Let's see if our slides are working. Oh, got that one. Thank you. So tonight our presentation will cover the actions that are before the council this evening for your consideration. Why we're proposing that the council adopt objective design and development standards for multifamily development, how those implement the recently adopted housing element, and then Matt Tacker, my colleague, will discuss in more detail the proposed code amendments, and then we'll return again to the council's action items. So before the council this evening are 3 actions. One would create a new R310 zoning district, and that district will look identical to the R3 district that you have currently, with one difference, and that is that it requires a minimum of 10 units per acre, which is a requirement of your housing element. We'll also then have before you objective design, development and design standards. We abbreviate that as ODDS. And again, those are for multifamily development in the 3 multifamily districts, R3, R310, and R4. And lastly, the proposal is to rezone site H, 4576 Paradise Drive to the new R310 district. And I'll just mention that last May, the council adopted the new general plan. And also at that time, you adopted odds for the downtown mixed use zoning districts. And you also rezoned the vacant portion of the Reed School site to the new R4 district at that time. But you elected to delay rezoning of site H, since at that time the housing element had not been certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And legally, the town did not have to adopt zoning to implement the new housing element until the end of January 2024. So you put off that action at that time, but now we're returning with those. And the council at that time directed us to develop design standards for the multifamily district. So we're back with those. Wrong button again. So I know the council has heard this on a few occasions, but why are we adopting objective design and development standards? It's because of new state laws. So what state law now says is that if a project has 2 or more units being built as part of that project, they're new units, then either there is a ministerial approval process if the project meets certain qualifications such as affordability levels. And in that case, the project is simply reviewed based on its compliance with your adopted objective standards. For other projects that add 2 or more units that don't meet those qualifications, you still have the ability to do your typical subjective design review processes. But the projects in those cases, if they comply with your adopted odds, the town cannot reduce the density or deny the project. So for those reasons, adopting objective standards is pretty crucial these days. And again, you've seen this before, but this is the way the state defines objective standards: those that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official, that are verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark, and are knowable by both the development applicant and public officials in advance. I would mention that our starting point in creating these odds for multifamily were your existing hillside design guidelines. Those were adopted back in '81, and they're primarily used for single family dwellings, but all the design concepts there really also apply to multifamily. So we use this as our starting point in our meetings with the Design Review Board. And where we could, we took what were subjective criteria in the hillside guidelines and try to quantify those and make them objective. So you will see a lot of that in the text that you have before you tonight. Again, a very important issue is the implementation of the newly adopted housing element. And specifically, we're looking at policy HLL, or I'm sorry, program HLL. And that calls for rezoning of site H, the Paradise Drive site, to the R310, and also calls for the adoption of odds for multifamily development, but in particularly making sure those work on hillside sites, and those odds can accomplish the density levels that the housing element calls for. And then in terms of the rezoning, I want to point out that rezoning of site H would then be in conformance with your general plan. Back in May, when the council adopted the general plan, you approved a new land use map, which applied a very high density residential designation to site H at that time. And in terms of where the odds will apply, again, they apply to the 3 multifamily districts, R4, which is on the vacant portion of the Reed School site, R310, which is proposed for the Paradise Drive site, and then you have scattered R3 sites elsewhere in town that exist. And with that, I'll turn over the presentation to my colleague, Matt Tacker.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Town Council. Pleasure to be here. Matt Tacker, WRT. Where we find ourselves tonight is at the nearing the end of a process that included 2 meetings with the Design Review Board, and meeting with the Planning Commission, and really as far as the design review board, really what I consider a great collaborative process. There was their input, and then also what you'll see tonight in the form of the amendments are best practices as far as encouraging more walkable neighborhoods, and also protecting natural resources and steep slopes. Several of the amendments are targeted amendments. They're within existing sections of your multifamily code. There are also some new sections. Because the objective development standards may need to be applied ministerially, it's important that they anticipate community character and other issues that would normally arise as during discretionary review with your design review board and planning commission, but we need to anticipate all those issues and address them in the ODDS in advance. So let me walk you through some of the let me give you some highlights. The site planning and engineering, we stayed with existing standards for the R3. And for the R4, incorporated what was adopted in the housing element. All of the standards remain the same as what you currently have, except the lot coverage standard for R4 needs to be increased to attain the densities that are anticipated there. As far as vegetation and grading, on larger sites, there would be reports required of certified arborist and licensed engineer. So all the issues are daylighted. As far as intermittent, I want to say intermittent streams, any stream. There would be a 50-foot setback for sites up to 5 acres, 100 feet for larger sites. And then no development where existing slopes exceed 30%. The general plan calls for no development on slopes 40% or greater. In order to implement that particular piece of it, there needs to be a kind of exclusion of areas that are within 25% of 25 feet of that 30% slope, because what happens is after you map a site and determine where the 30% slopes are, there will be little islands of 30% slope that would really interfere with efficient grading and efficient site planning for those parcels. And then heritage trees would be retained or removed. If removed, there'd be a 2-to-1 replacement required. Building height. We're recommending that the building height be 35 feet or and not more than 3 stories. The current standard is 30 feet, and by increasing it to 5 feet more, it's possible to get a 3rd story in. Again, our concern here is that the densities that are assumed by the housing element and would be codified in the code, in some cases are going to need to have a 3rd story in order to be feasible. Now, what we are recommending is that the height requirement is based on the existing slope, which means that the developer is given incentive to cut more deeply into the hillside and thereby reduce the profile of the development. Few examples of multifamily housing that I think help illustrate some of the issues that we're going to discuss. This is Chandler's Gate. It's on Ned's Way here in Tiburon. And what you can see is, frontage, 2 frontage elements that flank a garage. This would meet the requirements of the code. The frontage requirements would have windows and entrances facing the street. And then the garage door would be limited in terms of its width. And then what you can take away from this is how the parking is configured. It's actually below the courtyard that's shared by these units, and helps to navigate a slope that's over 15%. And so I think it's realistic to anticipate that there may be some projects that use this particular building type and configuration. De Silva Island in Mill Valley is another, I think, excellent example. It relies on, and we'll look at it in a minute, it relies on a shared court, which is a parking court where there's no through traffic and is really expressed as a kind of plaza that's shared by several units. And then by having the garage across the shared court from the units, it can step down a very steep slope of over 25%. So here's that shared court as describing, and you can see there's the garage, the single-story garage on one side, and units that are behind a 10-foot landscape strip to the right. And there's no through traffic, and there's nice paving so that, you know, it can be used for kids who are riding their bikes or something like that. Setbacks and massing, street frontage and building design are all considerations that we've addressed in the ODDS. The setback minimums have been increased from what presently exists. The idea being that by increasing the setbacks, there's going to be greater opportunity for greenery and more opportunities for views around the edges of the site. Massing and frontage is an important consideration. On the left, what you see is a requirement that, except where sites are really steep, that there's a requirement to have the buildings come up and face the street with building building fronts that include windows and entrances. And then there's a few other design considerations that are, you know, addressed here. Massing width. Even though there may be some, you know, they're multifamily buildings, which will be larger and so forth, we want the massing to be more single family in scale. Windows, we want to make sure that there's eyes on the street and a sense of, you know, activity in the buildings. And then varied materials. This was a design review board recommendation where there would be, you know, more than one material on the building. Garage doors would be limited. You know, single garage doors, if you add them all up, would be less than 50%. And then if there was a shared garage, also similarly, couldn't be more than 50% of the frontage, and not more than 25 feet. And the importance of this, I think, is illustrated well by these two examples that are on, I want to say red circle. And, you know, on the top, you see one project that was built there where you can't see where the front door is. And it's aligned, you know, it's uninterrupted garage doors, not very pedestrian friendly. Whereas another project just down the way from it has a kind of porch-like element, and the front door is clearly seen, even some room for landscaping. And the garage doors comprise a smaller share. We're recommending that that the garage doors be further limited to not be more than 50% of the front. 60% is what's illustrated on the lower left. Green seams, if you put these different features together, there's opportunities for more vegetation and the possibility of views that through the site. I mentioned the setbacks being increased, paseos. Any building that is not facing the street, there would be a requirement that its front door lead to a path and a landscape paseo that takes you to the street. So your neighbors can visit you, you know, without going through, you know, parking lot or some other less inviting condition. And then step backs. There are several projects in Tiburon now where they're kind of really big boxes. And so the recommendation here is that the builder be obliged to carve away a little bit of the corner where it meets a paseo or a setback area. And by doing so, it'll permit a little more view through the site and also give some additional architectural interest. Materials are addressed, what's allowed, what's prohibited. Then there's also this idea of grayscale that also came up during the DRB meeting. And the grayscale is that any color also has some gray mixed in with it. And if there's not a lot of gray, it's very bright, and that would stand out when seen against the hillside. Similarly, if it's too dark, it would stand out against the hillside. So, finding that Goldilocks in the middle color. And then open space and other improvements are addressed, and our open space and there's different types of open space. Some of the open space requirement could be met by community open space, which is done in the downtown area, but isn't seen in the other districts. That would be in addition to private open space. So every unit would have a small balcony or a fenced yard or covered porch, or perhaps larger versions of those. But at the developer's option, they could meet the open space requirement with community open space, paseo, as I mentioned, outdoor recreation, shared courts, community rooms. All of those are defined and have objective development standards associated with each. And then landscape standards, parking design standards, and improvements to public streets are also covered. The improvements are to public streets is an example of how ODDS has to go farther than more conventional codes. It needs to anticipate what would be expected of a developer, in another process, and states those expectations right up front. And those expectations have to do with having a sidewalk, so it becomes more pedestrian friendly, except where there is no such pedestrian system nearby. And then also development can help to implement the general plan's bicycle network requirements.
Thank you. Like coming to the end, the Planning Commission made their recommendation at their last meeting, and 2 members were absent from the meeting, but of the 3 members, it was a 2-to-1 vote. And the commission recommended adoption of the proposed ordinance before you. They reiterated their preference again for consideration of housing sites beyond Site H. But they did recommend adoption of the ordinance, again, based on its consistency with the adopted housing element, which now has been certified by HCD, and with the fact that the council already adopted the general plan land use map for Site H as very high density residential. So again, that conformance was very important to them. Again, the 3 actions before the council are creation of the new R310 zone, the design standards, and then also the rezoning of Site H. And I would like to suggest an edit to the draft ordinance that the council has. That's Exhibit 2, the top of page 2. The staff report incorrectly repeats the findings that are necessary to approve the amendments for the Planning Commission. They're different for the council. And so when we look at chapter 16-68 of the zoning code, which deals with adopting amendments to the zoning code and map, the actual language to track more accurately the code, we're suggesting that the upper sentence included in the draft, whereas statement be deleted and replaced with that below it, which the council would find that public necessity and general welfare require that the amendments made by the ordinance in order to comply with the adopted housing element and provide capacity for the housing to all income levels to establish objective design and development standards to comply with state law. So again, this more closely tracks with the required findings the council needs to make. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just finishing reading this. Okay, so do we have any questions for staff?
I do have one question. I think this might be a Ben question, our town attorney, or perhaps our community development director. With respect to the heritage trees, it says that if you remove one heritage tree, you plant two. Is that the same process as in our tree ordinance?
Yeah, yes, we do require replacements for heritage trees.
Okay, so it is allowable to remove a heritage tree under the tree ordinance and replace it with two or one?
It's 2 to 1.
It's always 2 to 1. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
I have just one question about you said you were encouraging sort of digging into developers, but that doesn't, when you're measuring the grade of a developable slope, it's from the unimproved, so it's not like digging down increases the slope, right?
That's right, exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure I saw in there that there was actually a measurement for too dark and too light, and Goldilocks was not in the proposed ordinance. It was
Good point.
quantified.
We'll strike that.
Thanks. Any other questions for staff at this time? So at this point, I'd like to open it up for public comment, and I'm inviting the public to come and speak on this item. As we've done in the past, I'm sure you've all heard, each person will have 3 minutes to speak. And I'll start with the people in the chambers first. And if you'd like to speak, you're welcome to come up to the podium, state your name, and then speak. And at 3 minutes, we'd like you to pass the baton to the next person. And then we'll turn to the people who are online. So is there anybody in chambers who would like to speak on this item? Please step ahead, step up. Just sing a little karaoke to see if it's on. Kidding.
Good evening. My name is Claude Ray. My wife and I have lived at 9 Acacia Drive for 30 years. This issue I thought might not be on the agenda today, but in case it comes back, I would like to say the following. In the October 25 edition of the ARC, I discovered that the 27-acre winter property called Side J and situated next to us was being considered as an alternative to a high-density housing development of 93 units near Paradise Cay. Those discussions took place for several months without notifications to the neighbors. Speaking on behalf of many of them, and now that we have become aware of it, I will say that we overwhelmingly oppose this idea. A high-density housing development in this area contradicts the vision of all past general plans, and I quote, to preserve the low density and residential and village character of the community. This was the main concern until recently. The Rabin property was only approved for 14 homes, the Tiburon Glen project for 4, and the Martha property was actually purchased and joined to the old St. Hilary Preserve after hard work by the town and county and others with the voters' approval. Multiplying by 10 or more the maximum number of EDUs for the winter property would be a complete turnaround from this vision. There are also many issues with Side J. Due to time restraints, I will only name a few. Environmental issues. This development would cut off the active wildlife corridor going from Ring Mountain to the tip of the Tiburon Peninsula. It would isolate animals living there in the new preserve. Buildability. Those 27 acres are fairly steep hills cut by small ravines where seasonal streams are protected by law to a distance of 100 feet, as we just saw. Some of those hills and ravines had landslides in the past. Constructions of almost 100 units would destroy the site, and the expense would make low-cost housing prohibitive. I'm not opposed to all developments, and I understand the need for additional housing, especially low-cost. I also sympathize with the people who live near Paradise Cay. But moving the problem further down the road is not a solution. It would only pit neighborhood against neighborhood, create discord, while the Side J is actually not suitable anyway. To conclude, my request is that resident neighbors be notified so they can have some input in any discussion involving Site J in the future. I would like to see a continuity with past decisions made by the town and county planners, and the winter property should be rejected for high-density rezoning. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hooray. Is there anyone else in the chambers who'd like to make a comment, please?
Mr. Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Dr. Mario Saltarelli. I'm a resident of 13 Acacia Drive in Tiburon. I've only been here for 3 years, but it's like I've been here forever. I also am representing a group of what now totals 118 signatures on a petition that opposes high-density development on Paradise Drive Site J. That petition has been entered into the correspondence and is there for the council's viewing at some point and for incorporation into your record. Much along the lines of what my neighbor Claude has indicated. The big problem with Site J, and we know that this has been looked at by the council, but is primarily being pushed by an individual group and individuals who probably have some financial reason to be able to be pushing it. But that's besides the point. The whole proposal is basically half-cocked. There's a lot of statements that are being made regarding Site J that are not data-driven. As far as we know, there's no public understanding of any kinds of appropriate studies that should be done on that site before being considered for development. And as Claude had mentioned, there are major issues with site buildability. There's like a major hill there that rises 60 to 80 feet, which actually is being listed as being the site for development. Not clear how that could happen. The very, very steep cliffs, danger of landslides, the adverse environmental impact. It is the only animal corridor between South and North Tiburon Peninsula. We know that on the Tiburon Peninsula, there are at least 3 endangered plant species. Some have been identified in the Martha property or on the Mid-Ridge Trail. Nothing's been done regarding any kind of environmental assessment of Site J. There's a lot that needs to be done there. And again, it's the only wildlife corridor that remains, the only open area. Additionally, the unassessed issues are really the price tag for infrastructure that would have to be done to be able to accommodate that site. And, this is myriad, and there's been no studies regarding that we are aware of. Probably, what is the sewer situation? Water, is there additional fire protection? Especially the roads probably have to be widened. There's going to be, up to 200 additional vehicles if there's 100 houses, and that site at high density could handle even more than 100 and 200 houses. Tiburon really should not, the taxpayers should not be really required to subsidize development on that site. And then there's the issue with being out of character. Thank you very much. Appreciate your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak? Please come forward. Yeah. Thanks. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Rich Colono. I'm a 10-year resident of Paradise K and president of Timbers Landing HOA, which is a 19-home subdivision within Paradise K. I've attended nearly all meetings related to Site H, and I'm frankly disappointed and frustrated by the irrational decision-making that has continued over the past year. You have repeatedly ignored and dismissed an overwhelming amount of documented physical, safety, and environmental issues brought to your attention by long-term residents and experts that show the unsuitability of this property for high-density housing. Even your own planning commission has repeatedly questioned the validity of including this site in your town's housing element. We have now progressed to tonight's key decision on rezoning Site H to R-3-10, which would require future development to be at least a minimum of 10 units per acre. Proposing to build 90+ units on Site H is ludicrous. It is unlikely that physical buildings can be, it is likely that physical buildings will be restricted to just 10% of that property due to multiple building constraints and challenges that include the presence of several femoral streams, which require 50 to 100 foot of setbacks, depending on the size of the lot, that channel rainwater from Ring Mountain across the property into the bay. BCDC's restriction blocking building from within 100 feet of the coastline or shoreline, the severe slopes that are present on the property, the latest odds that you're hopefully approving tonight, which limit building height to 3 stories, inadequate water flow available to fight fires, the protected wetlands on the property, and the ongoing property line disputes with multiple adjacent property owners. It is doubtful anybody could pass the red face test in declaring that over 90 units, housing units, can be built on Site H. The town council has a primary responsibility to ensure the safety of the community. You have repeatedly heard how dangerous the narrow and curvy stretch of Paradise Drive is that borders Site H. Adding over 90 new units adjacent to Paradise K would create a dangerous situation where cars from approximately 325 housing units would be forced to turn onto and off of Paradise Drive every day on a windy stretch that is only 0.2 of a mile in length. In addition, multiple cars from at least the existing 394 homes that I could detect by Google Maps that are in that vicinity and must exit on Paradise Drive, that 2-mile stretch of Paradise Drive between the Firehouse number 10 at the south end and the preserve community at the north end. This does not include the cars from the 150 preserve housing units that must also use Paradise Drive to exit their community. Already a bad situation, the added burden of additional cars from Site H would significantly increase the chances of a true disaster in any emergency evaluation. I can imagine the parking lot on that road if so many cars were trying to exit, very similar to what happened in 1991 with the Oakland Hills fire. Whether you admit it or not, Site H should have been excluded from the housing element long ago. I ask that you please truly consider the facts and consequences of your action tonight and not move forward with the rezoning of Site H, a decision that cannot be easily reversed and one that will leave the neighboring community around Site H with the threat of future high-density development for many years to come. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. So if you'd like to come up to the podium, please, yes. Good evening,
Good
guys.
evening. Hi, my name is Tracy Caminos, and I am the former president of Seaforth Estates Company, which is the homeowners association that we have in Seaforth, which is a 30-unit area that is right below Site J, which I understand has been bandied about as a possible swap for Site H. And in connection with that, I just wanted to read a statement. My home is located at the top of the development of Seaforth. And so not only as a member of the community, but as someone who would be directly affected by a landslide that could come from any development of Site J, I have deep concerns. Apparently, there is a landslide warning zone forecast by the California Geological Survey in that area. And on behalf of our community, I'd like to say that universally, we believe that Site J should not be included in the current or any future versions of the town's housing element due to the following reasons. Number one, it's the site itself. Site J is unsuitable for development due to its steepness, prior landslides, ephemeral streams, flood risk to nearby property, the poor condition of Paradise Drive south of Trestle Glen, fire hazards, and more. We understand that the County of Marin has already evaluated this property for its own housing element and disqualified it from its housing element due to these factors. The site's location is another reason. The property is not part of the town of Tiburon. Annexation is a roughly year-long process, and a complete annexation application has not yet been received by either Tiburon or LAFCO. Number three, the lack of necessary analysis. There has been no assessment to verify if Site J could be covered under the current housing element program, programmatic EIR, or would need further study. There has been no AFFH analysis of Site J. Neighbor opposition. There are approximately 80 parcels immediately adjacent to and directly beneath Site J. As far as we know, there has been no outreach or communication regarding any potential future development of Site J. Once informed of these proposals, our neighbors strongly oppose any Site J development due to the established hazards to our homes and families. We appreciate the difficult decisions the council has to make regarding this matter and the urgent work required to avoid financial penalties and further reductions in local control. And while we respect that this is a deeply contentious and increasingly divisive issue, Site J's objective impairments cannot be overcome in the near or long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuevas. Sir, please come on up. Thanks. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm John Larson. I've lived on Mateo Drive for 48 years now, and president of the Homeowners Association of 17 Homes. I'm a co-managing member of the Committee for Tiburon, and we're a California LLC. We incorporated in May to represent the interests of the 440 homeowners who reside along Paradise Drive from Preston Glen to the Corte Madera line, who would be affected by Site H development. We currently have 178 paid-in members and 90 homes. 46 of them are actually Tiburon homes, and 44 of them are Paradise K. But we're all concerned with the same things. We've documented our concerns at previous meetings. The main four that should be considered, it's a narrow, dangerous, accident-prone, windy road, blind curves, no curbs, no sidewalks, no lighting, no public transportation, heavy bike traffic, and made worse would be by any more additional units. And 6 culverts drain down off under Paradise Drive, 4 streams passing through. So there is an ethereal stream consideration, even at the 50-foot consideration if they subdivide it. There's plant and bird and marine life that borders the estuary along the bay, breeding ground for fish and birds, subject to BCDC regulations. And a big thing, we've actually hired consultants ourselves, but the main water line is built in 1939. It's a 6-inch line. It is insufficient to fight fires for a combination of any new building on Site H. And so that is a consideration. But we want to be able to work with the town. We understand the frustrations of Seaforth, but we do represent a large number of homes on our side of the hill. Site J is owned by a Tiburon resident. Marty's a big donor here, and we want to work with him. It's 27 acres, so it's 3 times the size of Site H. And a bigger southern portion of it, 10 acres, could be permanent open space, which would be right above Seaforth there. So it would benefit them. The superb views of the bay and good to build geologically. An access road from Tiburon Trestle Glen to the property would eliminate all additional traffic on Paradise Drive. And it would be Tiburon Sanitary District 5 instead of Corte Madera. I had mentioned it would be on an 8-inch water line. Tiburon's, thank you, is double the water supply of the 6-inch, and the large building site. And there's no shoreline with J, so no BCDC considerations. They just completely go away completely. And so we, I guess, share the concerns of our neighbors at Seaforth. These are, but we're looking at a large number of homes that would be impacted north of. We believe that we want to protect the town's HE plan and the ACD approval. We want to make sure the town is successful in building as many units as possible and to stay within the governmental guidelines. And we just view Site J has got a significant additional space other than 93. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I appreciate it.
My name is Scott Miller. I live in Paradise Cay for over 20 years now. And I want to speak specific to the safety issue. And Site J, as John mentioned, does have several more entrance and egress potentials there. I mean, you could actually double or triple the entrance egress from Site J. And there are similar concerns with not building a big development. I see with the local neighbors there is just as we do, but the safety is immutable. There have been multiple accidents on Paradise Drive. In the last 6 weeks, there have been 3 off-road accidents, people injured. My wife and son were severely injured in a head-on accident on Paradise Drive. Somebody coming around the corner smashed into them. If you ever, the rear of our car was ripped off. The wheel was torn off. It's a dangerous road as it is. It's going to be made far worse. I can't even conceive of adding that much more traffic. And if you've ever been, driving there around when the schools get out, people just get frustrated. They just sit there in their cars and they try to pass and the bicycles come. It's dangerous. Something has to be done. It's just not a good place to add this many developments. It looks like Site J could be a more expandable option. And the safety issue is just not addressable unless you widen the road, and do some severe infrastructure. And like I said, we all know of people who've had severe accidents. Everybody knows all the time. I hear the sirens all the time. We heard them last night. Another car off the road last night, right up on Paradise Drive. We were coming back from the airport 2 weeks ago. A car went off the road, took down 6 telephone poles, man. We had to wait because they were all tied together. They all ripped down right where this Site H is, right on that curve. PG&E had to escort us over fallen wires and lift up wires so we could drive under them to get home because my daughter had to go to school. We couldn't wait. So, I mean, it's a tragedy out there. Has there been safety data? I've been there 20 years. I've never seen the road traffic counters. I've never seen any full reports on safety and can you put in extra bike lanes and, the number of bikers in traffic. We have never allowed our kids to ride bikes or walk on that road. It's just a dangerous situation now. It's going to be inconceivably worse if Site H goes through. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Miller.
Traditionally, we do not respond. We're not allowed to respond to public comments. It's a part of the Brown Act, but I did want to say to you, Mr. Miller, I'm very sorry to hear about your wife and son, and we are sending them very good thoughts. And I hope they get. Oh, okay. Okay. It wasn't recent. Okay. Well, thank you.
Good evening. Ken Royal, Paradise Cay, 15 plus years there, 20 plus years with the Tiburon Fire Protection District. This is the most heinous area to be considering for high density housing I can ever imagine. Just to add a little color for you, I've been a paramedic for Tiburon Fire, recently retired over 20 years, and I've been on a significant amount of injuries from bicyclists down, motor vehicles into pedestrians on this stretch of roadway from Station 10, Trestle Glen, back to Corte Madera. Putting more cars on this road will hamper emergency response times to every single family residence that resides along this roadway of Paradise Drive, including Paradise Cay. NFPA 1710 states that the industry average response time for structure fire should be 5 minutes. You put more significant traffic on Paradise Drive with no emergency exits or ability for cars to move out of the way from engines, which, by the way, I also drove a fire engine for the district for over 20 years. There's no way to get by. So you will literally have blood on your hands from people dying of stroke, cardiac arrest, and structure fires for your emergency personnel to not get to these areas.
Thank you, Mr. Royal. Please.
My name is Michelle Parsley, and I live at 6 Warren Court with my mother, Caroline Talbot. The property at 6 Warren Court has been in my family since 1950. We have had a family continuously living at the property for the last 73 years. I'm speaking as a homeowner, not as an expert. I have several concerns regarding the proposed Site J to meet the need for high-density housing for Tiburon. Traffic. The corridor of Trestle Glen, Hacienda, and Paradise Drive is already highly congested at certain times of the day. Additionally, many drivers do not stop or roll through the stop sign at Trestle Glen and Hacienda. There is also the issue of the speed in which people drive in that area. On several occasions, a member of my family has almost been hit trying to cross the street. I can only imagine what the impact will be with an additional 200+ cars, averaging households having 2 cars traveling these roads. The roads were never created for this volume of cars or for large public transportation buses to be traveling the 2-lane road. Issue of water and landslides. I have grave concerns for all the properties next to and below the proposed J site. What will be done to make sure that the surrounding properties will not be negatively impacted by water and landslides? Many of us already deal with water issues when we have heavy rains. What will the town or county do to help protect existing properties with drainage and runoff control? Currently, the town and county do very little for households that have runoff issues that impact their property from homes above or next to their property. Infrastructure. I am concerned regarding the extra stress this will put on our electrical, water, and other utilities. Do our current utilities have the capacity to absorb the additional housing units? In addition, how does this impact our fire protection and safety? Many Tiburon residents do our part each spring and summer to clear our properties for fire prevention. Is there enough resources to protect the current homes and the new proposed homes from an urban wildfire? We all saw firsthand the impact of the 2017 fires in Santa Rosa and the more recent fires in Maui. Adding additional housing on the one route out of Tiburon that is a windy 2-lane road seems like we are compounding the problem. Light and noise. Being a resident of the north side of the peninsula, we have less light and pollution noise. I am concerned that building a 93 unit housing project will bring a great deal of noise and light pollution to the area. I love the Tiburon Peninsula, and many, including my family, enjoy the rural and small town nature of our community. I agree with many that our state and our local community have a housing issue. But it seems our fight should not be between different neighborhoods in Tiburon, but with the state of California. The mandate that they have passed does not fit the realities of the everyday life in Tiburon. Can Tiburon find some new options for adding housing? Yes, but I believe we need to fight the state to get the number reduced to make better sense for our community and the realities of living on a peninsula with limited access in and out. Thank you for your time and listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much for speaking. Take him first and then you. Thanks. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Eric Zeck, 20+ year resident of Tiburon, have lived in Southern Marin my whole life. And I have to say, I'm kind of embarrassed to be a Tiburon resident right now. I mean, the fact that this process has gone where it has, I think is an embarrassment personally. I feel like this has been railroaded through from the original annexing of the property to the process to this point. The first communication I ever received from the town about any of this was in the last month or so. Before that, the only communication I got about that property was about a couple mini cows or something like that and the permit they needed for that. So I don't even understand how it gets to that point without informing people around there that this is happening so that we could fight it. I had no idea this stuff was even happening. Second point is my youngest son, who's now a freshman at the Naval Academy, got in a very serious accident on that road in that exact spot a couple months ago. It is so dangerous. Kids are going to die. Kids now are racing around on these electric bikes, and you had a bunch of cars out there, kids are going to die. And I mean, any rational person, if you look at that beautiful lot and just the physical characteristics of that lot, it's hard for me to imagine any rational person can say you can put 100 units there. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. My final point that I think is an embarrassment as well is that language was up there earlier where they changed the language. The only reason they changed that language, and if anyone was at the planning commission, you would have heard this, was to remove the language necessary for the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. That's why that language was removed.
Thank you. Sorry, we're good. This woman right here had her hand raised earlier, and then Mr. Holmes, you can go next.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Vicki Hughes. I've lived in Paradise Cay for 35 years. I'd like to address the rezoning of 4576 Paradise Drive as far as drainage, fire, and safety. The length of Paradise Drive along the property site H is about 1/3 of a mile. The road is nothing but curves and is barely wide enough at some points to be 2 lanes. This part of unincorporated Tiburon is the rural undeveloped backside of the Tiburon Peninsula, and the road is extremely narrow with no pedestrian walkways intended or considered. The road was carved into the hillside years ago, probably just to serve as a cattle drove. The work required to widening it would create tremendous erosion. There is no safe access to this 4576 Paradise Drive from Paradise Drive. No place for a school bus to pick up the 40 or 75 potential students living in this 93 unit development who would have to walk up the steep access road to Paradise Drive if a bus could park up there. And there is no sidewalk to walk down to the Paradise Cay bus stop, which exists now down into Paradise Cay. This would require all these potential students to be driven by a parent to school and back, 2 trips a day times 75 along Paradise Drive. You can just imagine. The prevailing wind comes up from the south across the bay and blows up into this property, which is basically a drainage ravine for Ring Mountain. And the wind blows across thick groves of flammable eucalyptus and shrubs. A fire in this area would spread through the ravine in minutes. There is no way for a fire truck to quickly respond to a wind-fed fire in this ravine, and no way for vehicles to quickly get out. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, something like the Lahaina fire. When the rains, the 4 drain culverts under the road filled with debris can quickly back up and flood Paradise Drive in low places on the curves and run over the road and find its way down the existing eroded gulches made by the water shooting through the culverts and pouring into the ravine, carrying mud and debris with it into the San Francisco Bay at the bottom of the ravine. The proposed development will pose a huge fire hazard due to years of unrestrained vegetative growth, eucalyptus, shrubs, vines, poison oaks, bay, and oak trees, which do hold the ravine together now, but must be removed for such a large development to be fire safety. But with its removal of this vegetation, nothing will be there to hold and absorb the falling rain, and more erosion, ephemeral streams and springs will quickly develop into an unmanageable, dangerous drainage ravine, dumping even more mud and debris into the salt marshes of San Francisco Bay. I cannot see the fire department or BCDC in good faith approving Crandall's and Sierra Pines group unrealistic and inappropriate proposal. In the ARC, Mr. Martinez quoted Erica Women's chair of the Planning Commission as saying, "We can't just flout the law," referring to the housing element requirement to rezone and the state deadline of January 2024. Moving forward is the rational thing to do to protect the town from any consequences for not rezoning in time, end quote. If you are,
Everybody needs a turn, ma'am. I'm sorry, but.
I
you
have
could see
one
that-
thing I want to say.
Okay.
One, from this, what I can see thus far, this is not rational. It is operating out of fear because of builder's remedy. Tell me how builder's remedy could be worse, any worse than what you have allowed to be considered for approval on site H thus far. Thank you.
What a
Good
fun
evening.
night. Hi, my name is Mark Holmstrom. For a living, I run a global consultancy in commercial real estate. We design cities. We just designed a 250,000 person city. We designed Canary Wharf. We just redid the Hajj, which is the pilgrimage to Mecca for all Muslims. So I have a little bit of experience in this space. I was just in London. I took the Elizabeth line to Canary Wharf. It was fantastic. They have the infrastructure to support what we need. What you're hearing from everybody here is we do not have the infrastructure to support the type of density that you're considering on the other side of Tiburon. When you think about great cities are designed by people that care deeply about them. The state of Tiburon the state of California picked Tiburon as a place because of the infrastructure of having access to schools, having access to stores, having access to transportation. Site H and Site J violate all those core principles. Your own planning commission has told you that this is a bad idea. Your own planning commission that you guys have allocated to give you recommendations, right? By eliminating density in these remote locations, you're violating the purpose of what the state tried. Developers like the ones that are currently owner of that asset, if you tell them they can build 500 units, they'll build 500 units. They don't care. They don't care about the location like we do. We're all residents, you're residents. We're non-voting members of your committee. I appreciate that, but we're really important constituents and a shared peninsula that cannot support the infrastructure. I urge you to make a smart recommendation, think about spreading out the density, rethink Site H as a consideration. Please listen to the people that surround it. You're not listening to your own people. Even your own staff didn't mention zero issues about infrastructure. It was all about the development of the asset itself, had nothing to do with the infrastructure. We have a big problem. Please help us.
Hi, I'm Stuart Scheinholz, 20-year resident of Tiburon. I appreciate what Mr. Holmstrom said and what the president of the Timbers Landing community said, particularly with respect to Mr. Holmstrom. The cynical side of me, having been to many of these meetings and having attended the planning commission, wonders if this is just already a fait accompli, if you've already made up your mind, and if this is a big show. And if so, shame on you. This is a terrible idea. You've heard it consistently. Your own planning commission voted 2-1. 2 people weren't even there. So out of a 5-person commission, you have 2 people that said, yes, let's do this. I appreciate that you're in a difficult situation. You have the state breathing down your neck. Somehow they decided that Tiburon is a transit hub because of the ferry. Makes no sense to me. However, that being the case, there is no reason to stick 100 homes on the side of a hill with ephemeral streams, inadequate fire protection, terrible traffic. It's just a bizarre, unfeasible, silly idea. And I really don't understand, voter or not, why you would support that. I understand you have pressure. Obviously, there's people who like Site J and there's neighbors who don't like Site J. We can work that out. But to try to jam this through in the light of the overwhelming disagreement that you've heard, hundreds of homeowners represented by the Committee of Tiburon are adamantly against this. I really don't know how in good faith you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz. Please come on up. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, Mike McMullen, Paradise K, resident of Tiburon for 35 years. Moved to Tiburon Cay or Paradise Cay, I should say, I'm sorry. Moved to Paradise Cave in 2019 after downsizing and spent 15 years on the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission with Holly. And so I'm very familiar with a lot of the stuff that's going on here. I came here today largely because I've heard a lot of concern in the community about the infrastructure, the traffic, the environmental concerns and all that. And I really hope to have those questions answered here today. Staff, you did a great job of addressing the overall ordinance, odds, et cetera. I think you're doing a great job with that. It's, these are really important and issues that need to be addressed. Yet nothing was raised about Site H in terms of all these concerns, very, very real and reasonable concerns that have been raised. Yet the report was silent based on what is available in the public record presented here tonight, which is all I have in terms of the public record. You do not have the information required to approve rezoning of Site H at this time. You just don't have that information. And to rezone that now for very high density and lock that in perpetuity basically makes no sense based on the information provided. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen.
Hi, my name's Stacy Escarte. I live in Paradise Cay. We lived down there for over 7 years. Prior to that, we were in Mill Valley for a long time. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I don't have prepared remarks, but I do want to acknowledge that it's completely irresponsible for you to be looking at Site H, given the traffic and safety issues that are inherent in that site right now. And I want to put on the record that my son was also in a horrible wreck on Paradise Drive, almost killed himself and his best friend from first grade, and totaled a car. And if there hadn't been an oak tree on that hillside, they would be dead, both of them. And so I think that you guys have not taken into consideration the facts that you need to look at police logs, you need to look at the fire department logs, you need to look at the facts before you approve anything, any development on that road. And just yesterday morning, I was leaving Paradise Cay at around 9:15, and another car, this is probably dozens I've seen since we've lived there, down the slope on the back of the side of the of Trinidad Drive houses, flipped, fire trucks, police, cars stopped, one-way traffic going through. And all of those houses on Trinidad Drive are subject to that on the west side of the street. So I think it's really important, in addition to the environmental impact reports and the coastal commission and the infrastructure issues and the fire issues and the water and the sewage and the electricity and everything else that none of us have heard, whether you guys have considered or not. I think you really need to look at the safety and look at your own planning commission that has decided to redact that language, as Eric mentioned earlier. I think it's highly irresponsible for you to approve the plans for Site H as they stand now. And I think it's shameful. I also think it's shameful, and I've heard a lot of rumors about the fact that we in Paradise Cay and another portion of the population on the backside of Paradise doesn't really matter to you guys because we don't vote. And, that's also reprehensible. Your civic duty is to protect the town members. And, I just sent my property tax bill in today. We pay a lot of money to live here. And, you guys have a duty as our town council to look out for the safety of everybody, whether we vote or not. And, you annexed that property over there into the town when everybody was locked down during COVID. I find that highly, highly offensive. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. I think you know how I feel.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Shadon. I'm probably the only person that doesn't live on that side of Tiburon, but I did want to say about this site. My daughters learned to ride horses there. It is the only site in Tiburon that is zoned for agriculture, which is probably why there's cows there. And we have to think about, we can't remain maybe the small town that we were, but it should be a consideration that, you know, this site is a site that could have horses, could have lessons. That's a nice sport for children. So I don't think it should be rezoned for housing. We do have a lot of land here in Tiburon that can be used, and that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Good
My
evening.
name is Jeff Mosley, been a resident of Paradise Cave for 50 years. And I'm not gonna keep repeating all the excellent salient points that have been made by my Paradise Cave neighbors. It's obviously completely, site H is totally inappropriate. The density that's proposed there is ludicrous. It's not going to get approved. BCDC, I'm sure, will shoot it down by themselves. If anything does get approved there, the postage stamp of a building site and envelopes can be so small that it's not going to really mitigate the requirements that you have with the streams and the setbacks. But that's not really why I'm up here. You guys are going to lose all your credibility with the state. Okay, you're going to try to sell them this false bill of goods. They're going to kick it to the curb. They're going to figure out that this is not a buildable site. You're just not going to have any credibility with them. The mitigation comments, and I mentioned this in front of the planning commission, that were made by DeNova are totally laughable. And when a real outfit gets in there, like CSW Superstro, that's who the state's going to look to. That's who they're going to listen to. And that's going to be part of the problem for Site H. Now, I understand Site J and the neighbors, and I can completely understand where they wouldn't want anything there as well. However, it's a far more appropriate site. It's much larger. You got a landlord there that's very willing to do it, just as you do over at Site H. Unfortunately for the Site H landlord, he doesn't realize, he's blinded by greed, that he's going to end up with a piece of property worth less than it's worth now. I don't know if he's going to come back and try to sue you guys, but one thing that's really disturbing for me is the things I've been hearing about someone who has been basically telling people that there's no way she would ever allow Site J to be even considered based on her constituents surrounding that site. Like Stacy mentioned earlier, I mean, I don't know whether we're pond screaming on the other side of the hill because we're not voting, but it seems very convenient that when Site J's application came, all of a sudden it was incomplete, when in fact it was just as complete as the application that came in for Site H. But how convenient that it was deemed incomplete while you try to ramrod this down our throats. It's ridiculous. And I just wanted to call out this particular individual on record. And I have people who have told me what she has said that will go under oath if deposed. So just putting all this on record right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak?
My name is John McCulloch, Paradise K resident. Someone who's been involved in high density multifamily development in the state of California for the past 20 years and entitling, financing, developing nearly 10,000 units. I've never seen a less appropriate site for high density residential. That said, I can appreciate the challenge the city's facing, given the need to get into the state guidelines. But I believe this shouldn't even be a city issue, should be a county issue, and that the annexation was something that, again, happened when most of us who should have been in the notification area never received any sort of notification. You've heard a lot of the objections as it relates to the site engineering challenges. I think that there's been, again, no talk of how you're going to manage ingress and egress. Is it going to be signalization? There's been no talk about how you're going to actually do the infrastructure tie-in. Been no talk about what the impact fees are going to be. There's been no talk about how the practical nature of getting this developed will actually happen. So rezoning it without having answers to those things is a fool's errand. I think what the staff put together in terms of the guidelines for that zoning is very good, but it's not appropriate for that site. It's just not a buildable site. And I don't know of a single practical developer that would take one look at that and even for 1 second believe that they could get any sort of density on there. With structured parking, with the slopes, we've heard about a 30% limitation. What percentage of the site is 30%? What percentage of the site is covered by these streams? I mean, the buildable envelope there, I don't think can even be achieved. So if this is just a way for the city to get around builder's remedy, it'd be easier for everyone just to admit that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Please go on up. Good evening, welcome.
My name is Glenn Roth. We live at 4131 Paradise Drive. We've been in Tiburon for 31 years. I'm right on the front yard of Side H. And you should come to my house on a rainy day. Water is everywhere. That's with the existing conditions we have now. Think about me. That's a hard surface. How do you address the water? How do you address all the things that people have said here? The infrastructure. I'm an architect. I have a practice. And those are the basic things you have to look at before you even consider a site. That's one thing. So I've been out of the country, so I come back, and what do I get? I have a letter from the Tiburon committee. I have a letter from a property owner from Acacia Road. But did I get a letter from the city? Nothing. So I echo some of the comments earlier about communication. We all live here. We've been living here for a long time. We love the city. And I tell you all, in my mind, running through a project just to meet the state code or mandate, whatever they call that. I think there is some element of unfairness. Listen to us first. And then you make a proposal. Make your studies before you do anything in front of us. It's not fair. This is not the country we're supposed to have, right? If that's what's happening. So I think you have to go back to ground zero and consider everything. I know you have a buyer. I know you have a developer. That's the easy part. But the bottom line is, it's got to work. It's got to work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who'd like to speak? Please, Mr. Shannon.
Good evening. I'm Jeffrey Shannon, and from Old Landing Road. I've been a resident for 30 years, almost. I came here tonight because I was pretty fed up with this process after so many months. As you might imagine, I didn't imagine I would spend months of my time full time trying to be an advocate for the right thing in this town. And I can read the writing on the wall, so I know what's going to happen tonight. I am that cynical, I guess, but okay. What I came here tonight to talk about apparently happened before I came in late, which is that the finding that I urge not be contained in the amendment tonight, this finding that it's necessary for the public safety and benefit and welfare of the town has been struck. Am I correct about that? So I don't have to address this? Or at least
There
it's
was
proposed?
alternative language proposed,
Okay,
and I will have the attorneys talk about it afterwards for sure.
Thank you, because all that needs to happen if there's any finding is any one of public necessity, convenience, or general welfare, and no finding is actually required. So I'm going to turn to something else because I don't have to do that. I think that you have a housing element now that's been certified, and I know you plan to rezone in order to complete that process, but we're kind of not done. I mean, we have to do the right thing for the town. You've heard all the safety concerns. We've come up with fire reports by experts and analyses by Stuber Stroh about why this isn't going to happen. Can't kind of kick this down the road forever. So something has to happen. And so while you're sitting with a certified housing element and after you've rezoned, I'm sorry for my cynicism, everybody, but I can see where it's headed. There will have to be consideration of an alternative. And it's ironic to hear the people from Seaforth come up or around Site J complaining that this has been going on for months, this proposal. It's ironic to hear these comments because it's never been considered by the town. It's never been proposed by staff. It's never come up before you. We others have come up with it as an alternative saying, look, there are alternatives to consider. I would love to hear a full and honest discussion before you and before the Planning Commission about the comparative merits of Site H versus Site J based on facts, not fear, not neighbor versus neighbor. It's a shame that we're in this position, but it's going to have to get resolved. And Site H isn't it for sure. Site J may have problems, but I believe it's better. But this should be decided based upon a fair and open discussion. And staff, again, has never proposed it. What I hope will come of this is two things. One is that we will have that discussion of alternatives. The other, and under the protection of the certified housing element and rezoning. And the second thing I hope is that you will spend some of the consulting money that you've spent on other things to have an external party, a third party, to investigate how did we get here? Because I think there's a record that we got here because of terribly poor planning by the staff that proposed time after again sites that owners didn't even want to have developed, and you ended up with a shortfall at the last minute that you had to address. And from that point forward, everything I've seen from this staff has been for Site H and never a fair consideration of any alternative, and things being slipped in the dead of night at the last minute, like happened with the Planning Commission, with this finding and having it be brought back before you. A 25-foot setback alternative was proposed to the Planning Commission, which they said no to for riparian streams, and that got taken out too. And I can recite about 10 other things that have happened along the way that I don't think should be happening in this town. And I think we owe it to ourselves. I mean, this is a sophisticated town, and we owe it to all the residents for things to be done openly, transparently, and fairly. And that means all things get considered fairly, and nothing gets sabotaged in advance by any means. So let's have that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak? Is there anybody online who would like to make a comment?
Yes. First speaker, please. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I have recognized the speaker. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. I just didn't see the 3 minutes pop up. I thought I should keep track. I'm going to be even more cynical than anybody before.
Could you introduce yourself first so we know who you are?
My name's Ann Libin. I live on Mateo Drive. And I think what the town is expecting is that they can rezone Site H, but it won't ever be developed at the density that you used to get the housing plan approved by the state. And the whole point of this is to be able to have cover with the state while not developing as many houses as the state and the regional requirement say. The point of giving Tiburon such a high number of housing units was to have them associated with high resource parts of the town. Those high resources are basically downtown, near the Cove, and along Tiburon Boulevard. The schools are there, the library's there, the shopping is there, the bus transit is there. There's a road that does get clogged, and you definitely figured out where most of your voters are, and they're the ones who were complaining about backups on Tiburon Boulevard. So you said, screw Paradise Drive and the people on the backside. And then you figured out that they probably would never build that many units on Site H anyway. Meanwhile, the chickens are coming home to roost because for years, this town has allowed areas that once had affordable housing. And I know I once lived in a rental unit on Mar East. It's zoned R2, but time after time, this town has approved converting duplexes there into mega mansions. Same thing is going on in areas like Bel Air, where there once were small, affordable houses, and now there's going to be very few, even though it's accessible to Tiburon Boulevard, Bel Air School, and the Cove Shopping Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, hi, my name is Doreen Curtis, and I've been a resident of downtown Tiburon since 1987. And in listening to the call tonight, I understand the frustrations of the people from the residents who live in the neighborhoods of Site H and J, and I understand that they don't want developments in their areas for a variety of reasons. And I do just want to remind everyone and the town council that there are as many or more reasons not to do this downtown. And it's not because I don't believe that any of the changes you made, which of course many of us downtown feel were not enough, but we understand the constraints you are under with the state laws and the housing mandate. We now have the vast majority of the housing within just a few blocks downtown. We have serious traffic problems, and they are serious. I use the road on Paradise Drive that these people have been talking about on a very regular basis. It has nothing like the traffic issues we do. And I understand that there are plans in the odds to add sidewalks and additional issues for egress and ingress. And these things will be addressed in the future. And if they can't be, then there will be changes and it won't be approved. I just want to remind people that those of us in the downtown area who have been so concerned about the terrible traffic and parking problems, the fact that we live in a liquefaction zone, we have a tsunami zone, we have serious problems in the event of an evacuation and emergency vehicle access. We're subject to sea level rise. We too have wildfire risk, and we have, I believe, even more problems with infrastructure than they do. Every area probably is going to think theirs is the worst, but I just want to interject because we have heard from so many people in these other areas, and those of us downtown made our points in the past, and then we accepted kind of the reality of this. I just want to remind you that we're not happy either, but we know it's not your fault. And I want to thank you for the hard work you've all been doing to try and sort this out. And I think at this point, you have the recommendations and approval from the Planning Commission and the staff, and we need to just approve this and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Is there anyone else online who'd like to speak?
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Peter Prowse. I am the attorney for the Committee for Tiburon, which, as you probably know, is currently in litigation against the town over its housing element. The rezoning that is before you today is a bad idea for many of the reasons you've heard. I'm not going to dwell on them. I do want you to understand that if you proceed, despite the information you have heard, and feel comfortable making the findings that staff is proposing that you make, I did want you to know that our group, even though we're suing Tiburon, we are interested in still working with you. If we succeed in getting a writ of mandate requiring Tiburon to throw out its housing element and to try again, we would like to work with Tiburon and your council on implementing alternatives in a way that protects the town's interests as well. Our group is interested in solutions, whether it's ADUs or whether it's an alternative site, and we look forward to hopefully actually having that discussion soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
My name is Julie Jacobs.
Welcome.
And hi, I am calling in to speak very briefly to say that I'm sad to see our town in the midst of all of this. I think the town council has worked incredibly hard to try to get our housing element approved so that we can avoid the builder's remedy and have some control over new housing that goes into the town. I feel strongly that we need more affordable housing in Tiburon, and I wish there were a perfect spot and many perfect spots to place this affordable housing where there wouldn't be safety issues. I strongly encourage you to approve the rezoning and get our housing element over the finish line before the deadlines we're facing, which are imminent. I am very worried for our friends and neighbors near Site H and Site J, who may find, along with all the other residents of Tiburon, that if we don't get this approved and the rezoning done by the deadline, the builder's remedy could result in much higher density and much more dangerous development with fewer restrictions than what our neighbors are opposing now. So please get us over the finish line. Let's get this finished, approved, and keep working together as friends and neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Any more speakers online?
Seeing none.
Okay, thanks. So I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Do we have any my council members want to start us off with comments or questions? Yeah, please, Vice Mayor Fredericks.
And I would like to not really pose a question, but invite the staff to interrupt me if I don't quite have this right. But it's my understanding that what we're doing today is approving the required zoning to complete the certification process of the town housing element. So the rezoning just creates the parameters for a building project, and it is not a de facto approval of any particular project.
That's correct.
Thank you. You looked as though you were going to enlighten me there for a minute. Okay. So my understanding is that concerns about traffic impacts and infrastructure deficits, they're real and they're very real and they're very concerning, but they'll be addressed when there is an actual application to build submitted to the town.
Correct.
And the outcome of the building project approval doesn't guarantee that all these concerns will be addressed in a way that's satisfactory to all of us. That's the way the process is. But at least the conflicting information about the capacity of the site and any plans for addressing infrastructure, safety, travel capacity will actually have to be considered with data to support any decision to build a project.
Yes.
Thank you. That just affirms that I understand the process. Thank you.
Thanks. And actually, on that line, can you guys help me just walk me through a couple of things that were raised, just to make sure I'm thinking about it correctly? So one is with respect to the language that there was a proposed change in the language, right? There was that one whereas that had for the health, safety, or whatever of the town, and then you proposed alternate language, and it was different in some way than the way the planning commission was thinking about it. Can you talk about like how this particular language is different from what the planning commission had to consider?
Thank you, Mayor Ryan, members of the town council. I'm Mary Wagner, excuse me, from your town attorney's office. I'm happy to provide some information about that. So the planning commission, as you're aware, did remove the recital that is included in the ordinance that you have in front of you. They removed it from the resolution that they approved
recommend
because
to remove it.
no, they removed it from their resolution, recommending approval to the town council. Thank you, Councilmember Wellner. Partly or because the findings that the planning commission is required to make are set forth in the zoning ordinance. And the specific language in the zoning ordinance is with respect to this issue, is that the change of zone or other proposed amendment will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of the town. So the planning commission felt that because their resolution included that finding and the justifications for that finding, they did not need to also include the recital that was removed from their resolution. The town council is not required to make those same findings that the planning commission is required to make under section 16 or 68050. There is a purpose and authority section in the zoning ordinance that talks about bringing forward amendments to the zoning code. And it specifically indicates that amendments to the zoning ordinance, including without limitation and text maps, or can be brought forward whenever the town determines public necessity and general welfare require an amendment. So we thought it appropriate to offer the council an alternative to the language in the recital in your ordinance that's included in the packet tonight that more closely mirrors that purpose language from 1668010. And that's what we presented to you in the staff presentation. We believe that the information is justified and the finding is justified based upon all the evidence in the record, including the information in your staff report, the fact that these odds and zoning amendments are being brought forward to implement your housing element and to ensure orderly development within the town.
Thank you. Does anyone have any follow-up questions on that particular thing? No. So one other thing. So can you just bring me back to the builder's element, the builder's remedy for a second, because a lot of people commenters mentioned that. Excuse me. So my understanding is that if we do not rezone tonight, HCD will or could and probably would decertify our housing element, which would then reopen the builder's remedy as a possibility. And so the parcel owner in question who it was everyone knows could build anything there essentially that's qualifies under the builder's remedy and wouldn't even have to be subject to the odds. And I mean, is that true? Is it essentially it gives him more opportunity to build more and different developments than what would be considered under the zoning, or did I misinterpret that?
So you're correct that if the town does not adopt the rezonings that are required to implement your housing element and provide capacity for all income categories to meet your RENA. One of the potential remedies that could be brought forward is HCD could decertify your housing element. There are other remedies that could also be brought forward if in fact your element was decertified or found not to be in substantial compliance with housing element law. That opens up the opportunity for a builder's remedy project to be submitted. As you know, we've talked in the past about adopted versus certified and the arguments that are pending in the courts about what is necessary for the builder's remedy. But to your question, Mayor Ryan, that is accurate. You know, if you don't adopt the rezonings by the required deadline, HCD could bring an action to decertify the housing element, subjecting the town again to the builder's remedy, which brings with it more uncertainty than you have in front of you when you have odds that are adopted and zoning criteria that are applicable to a particular site.
I have some follow-up on that.
Yeah, please.
So even if HCD does not decertify, we're required by statute, because we missed the initial deadline, to adopt conforming zoning by the end of January. Is that correct?
Yes, because the town did not have a certified housing element within the so-called 120-day grace period, that is by the end of May of 2023, the town has 1 year from the statutory deadline to adopt the housing element. So that is January 31, 2024, to do any rezonings that are necessary to provide capacity to meet your RENA.
And without them taking an affirmative step to decertify, what is the consequence of not zoning within the period that ends in January? So if we were just simply to, we have a certified housing element, we have adopted conforming zoning everywhere but these sites. If we just ignore this, what would the penalty be?
Including decertification, the HCD can refer the matter to the Attorney General's office, and an action can be brought to impose fines on the city, to take other steps to remove land use authority from the jurisdiction, from the town, excuse me, not the city. It's also important to acknowledge that under the Housing Accountability Act, a project could be submitted
That's what
on
this is
sites
what I'm after. So
on sites that are listed in your site's inventory that include the 20% affordable to lower income units. Even though your zoning has not yet been modified to allow that zoning designation to be applied, and you'd have the same issue about not having your objective design and development standards in place.
So to emphasize and clarify, I think what Mayor Ryan was approaching here is that if we don't adopt zoning for the site, but it's on our site inventory, if there were a project proposed that met the criteria, they don't, the difference between adopting this zoning and not adopting this zoning is the project could go forward with no restrictions at all versus the ones that are in the odds. Is that correct?
I would not say that there are no restrictions at all. I mean, there will
It's the
be
existing standards, the existing objectives.
correct. The existing standards that apply to that site would definitely remain, but you would not have the objective standards in place that are in front of you tonight.
So the effect of not adopting the zoning tonight would be that a project could go forward on the site as big or bigger than the one that's being proposed, but without the restrictions that exist and the odds that we're looking at tonight to adopt. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I mean, part of the reason I brought that up, and I don't think I can address all of the suppositions that you all made, because I'm not clever to have thought of all of those things. But when I'm thinking about, I'll tell you in a second, but the reason I bring that up is because at the Planning Commission, Commissioner Woodward, who was the declining vote, he said that he felt that there was more uncertainty, that going forward with the zoning created more certainty that a project would happen than if we didn't go forward with the zoning. And that was the sort of the one thing that I was curious as to how he came to that conclusion. And I disagree with him because it seems to me, especially based on what we just heard here, that there is more opportunity for the owner to develop if we don't go forward. He can develop a bigger project with less restrictions. So the opportunity is greater for him if we don't go forward with the rezoning. So that's the only point I wanted to make before I let other people speak, because I disagreed with Commissioner Woodward, and I appreciate how in-depth they all discussed everything. And I can talk about sort of why they had some other things about their thought process that you guys have heartburn about, but I'll let other council members speak before I get to that. Councilmember Thier, go ahead.
I actually just had a question. It wasn't, I wasn't.
Oh, go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
why I was, yeah. I just had a question. There were a lot of other issues brought up about, you know, some are known issues about Paradise K and the road, Paradise Road, and infrastructure issues. Are those issues that will be dealt with in the future if there is any building proposed?
Yes, we would look at the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
But so just to say the same thing, like they have to qualify for the, in terms of like, there are minimum safety standards for fire flow, for example, that a builder needs to accommodate to get a project forward. Is that, can I get that specific? And if it's insufficient, they cannot build until they remedy that. Is that correct?
That is correct. As with all developments, we go through that review process. They have to meet those standards for safety. Yes.
Thank you. Does anyone want to discuss the action that we're deliberating here?
Yeah, so I have a question. So I understand the perspective of, if, you know, it's been voted on, it's part of the housing element. If we don't approve it for zoning tonight, that there's a risk that some other building can move forward without the oversight of our own design standards. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that approach. Can we, I'd like a little more information on that. What, you know, what's possible right now in terms of development on that property? I think it's important for everyone here to understand what is possible development wise right now, what's actually at risk with that, with a little more certainty. I think, you know, the folks up here that have come up and spoken, they've raised a lot of points, a lot of questions about what would happen if there's development. But what it sounds like that, you know, Councilmember Wellner and Mayor Ryan, what you're both saying is being verified by our town attorneys, is that the piece of land, Site H, is already developable right now. And if we don't approve some sort of design standards, that a different set of design standards can be applied to it today as a development property. Is that accurate? I'd like the town attorneys, can you confirm that?
What Mary already spoke about, that's correct. The odds would not be in place if a development came in today and the site still is in our housing element site list.
So I think that's a really important detail for everyone to understand. So we're talking about not develop, you know, we're hearing a lot of folks come up and talk about not being able to develop it. But what our town attorneys are saying is that if we don't decide on design standard, a different design standard that is outside of our control can be applied now. That's accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and can you also can we go into some of the differences between you know, the current design standard that can be applied and this change?
So right now, if somebody came in with a development, what we do is we do have design review. It is not objective, it is subjective. So it goes through a design review process. I don't have standards like I do in the objective design standards, such as what
what exactly you can do with a corner or how your window should be or what height you are. So what the objective design standards do is it actually gives us tools to be more specific when a development comes in. I don't have that tool now. I have tools with respect to density and setbacks, but I don't, and lot coverage, but I don't have the same kind of tools.
Well, and to put a finer, to add to that, however, if we run past the deadline, we can't then apply subjective, we can't apply subjective review anymore. That goes away. All we can apply are the objective standards. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are, yes, that is.
For a
correct.
qualifying project?
Yes. for a
Well,
qualifying
is
project.
that true if HCD decertifies us, or is that true no
No,
matter
that's true
what?
anyway, if there's a qualifying project after January 31.
Okay. So what I want to just get to is it sounds like there are not objective standards to a project. If we were to not approve this tonight, it's a subjective standard that would be applied to a project that was filed
Not
tomorrow.
allowed to use.
The town can only apply objective design and development standards to a housing development project. So that's more than one unit or a mixed use project that includes 2/3 residential. Regardless of any other provisions, you can only apply objective plans.
The reason we were
So-
so upset when we adopted the housing element and we did not yet have objective standards for this property is because we were concerned that we would get a project application with no objective limits and no ability to apply subjective review anymore. And we would just have to have ministerial review and approve anything that didn't specifically violate an objective standard in our code. The reason we asked them to rush this is because after tonight, if it's approved, there will be very specific limits to what can be built on the site. And that's what we wanted to do sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
So I have some general comments.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Which is kind of what you were wistfully asking us to provide. I'm gonna repeat some of what I've said before. But it keeps having, I think, it bears repetition and it has more meaning each time that we have to review one of these standards and approve it. The fact is, no one wants to approve 639 units in Tiburon, and no one wants to develop Site H. None of us. But what we're faced with is a state mandate where, I mean, one can just look across the way at neighboring communities who've gotten in big trouble with the state to see that we have no alternative but to find a place for these units. Or the penalties for our community will be extremely severe. In fact, I would note that, well, that's a different topic. I was going to mention Huntington Beach just getting slapped very severely by the state only yesterday. We have in this proposal 434 units authorized downtown. The downtown belongs to all of us. We all love Tiburon. We all love every element of our town. And what I said before and what I stand by is there is only so much our downtown can take. In order to move beyond the 434 units that we have allocated up and down Tiburon Boulevard, in our downtown, we would have to move from 3 stories to 4 stories. 3 stories is bad enough. 4 stories is unrecognizable. We put as much as we could downtown. We have, by my count from the document, 165 units to be built as either ADUs or otherwise distributed throughout the city or the town. We have asked the other available parcels if they would please consider development there, the Cove, the church. What we got in return was a letter from a lawyer saying we're absolutely not interested. Site J is not a part of Tiburon. If it were annexed, it would be a different story. The county didn't include it in its list, and it's not a part of Tiburon. So what we've done here, and this, the proposal for Site H was a response to strong commentary that we received from HCD that not all the development should be downtown. We have now an approved housing element. It's easy now that it's been approved to take for granted, oh, we have an approved housing element, but how many times did it go back for? Five times. To try and get to a number and a distribution that would be acceptable to HCD, so that the hammer would not fall on our community. We have an approved element. Now we have this site, and I think one other site that is covered by the odds that are being proposed tonight, odds being objective zoning standards, that will limit the kinds of development that can be built on the remaining sites, including H. We want to approve that so that we can ensure that any development that occurs is at least limited by these very thoughtful recommendations that have been proposed to us by consultants and staff. And finally, as has been noted, any actual project that is proposed for the site then has to both meet these zoning requirements and meet any objective health and safety requirements that exist, satisfy MMWD, the water district's requirements, fire district's requirements, and have an environmental review. So, you know, this it gives us no joy to approve all of this development for the future of Tiburon, or approve the possibility of this development for the future of Tiburon. But every community has been hit with this. And I think over the last year and a half, the plan that's been developed, the housing element that was approved, and the zoning that needs to follow it, is the responsible way to move forward for all of Tiburon. And I keep coming back to the thought that we all have our own neighborhoods, but downtown Tiburon belongs to all of us, and we can't just throw another 100 units there without severe consequences to the future of our town. And this was really the solution that staff proposed that was the least worst. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to talk about their thought process or what they're thinking? I mean, I just will add a couple of things just because what the public said. You know, I think at the core, I totally agree with Councilmember Wellner in just terms of saying, you know, I hate Site J, and I hate the downtown, and I hate the Reed School site, and it's always been a balancing act of like, how do I spread my hate out evenly? And I think they're all terrible. And it was, as someone said, it's gross state overreach. I appreciate also what Mr. Shannon said in terms of like, and someone else mentioned, it's like, I don't think this is a game. I thought about it that way in terms of trying to trick the state into accepting something that we don't care about. And that he's right, that we are going to have more work to do, irrespective of what we do right now, because some of the sites will fail and not develop, and we'll have to identify more sites. So, you know, it's going to continue the process of having to identify more and more sites. And I hope that the people who responded to the ADU survey, for example, follow through and try to go forward with ADUs, because when we have to subsequently demonstrate to the state that we have adequate alternate to satisfy the no net loss, if we took a survey and everyone said they'd build an ADU and no one did, that's not going to be that's not going to be a viable path for us anymore, even in a no net loss situation. And again, like in terms of the distribution, I hate the concentration of the idea of 93 units in that one area for sure, but relative to 500-ish units downtown, because as Councilmember Wellmer said, there's 450 downtown, plus there's another few at the Reed School site, which all impact. And it just seems like a least worst outcome as far as I'm concerned. And then the last public theme that I heard was sort of just the way that we have been going about our process, and how maybe this is a fait accompli, or that there's some sort of railroading. I mean, I can't speak for the other 4 people here, but I will engage with everybody here individually, and at these meetings, I try to explain how I'm thinking so that you know how I'm thinking, and I try over time to be consistent, because I sympathize very deeply with people like Mr. Roja, Mr. Zek, who came late to this process and are like, what the heck? I was not notified. But because my thinking has been consistent, or I hope it has been, and that I've been telling you what my thinking has been, at least you can give me credit for being consistent and not. And so you know what I'm thinking. So if you have an issue with any of the particular things that I've been thinking, you can confront me and address those, and we can talk about those. But you can't blame me for continuing down a path that I've been pursuing for 9 months and then tell me that I'm doing things out of closed doors. Like that's the balance I've been trying to strike over this process. And I just felt I wanted to explain that to you, because I know a lot of people of you were dissatisfied, and I hope it's more just dissatisfaction at the state process than it is actual dissatisfaction with the town process. Because I think that everybody has been working very hard and diligently and conscientiously, and in particular, the public has put in way more effort than they ever thought they would have to know about rezoning. Our staff, despite what some people think, I think have been fantastic and very responsive. And I think that the DRB and the Planning Commission were super diligent as well. And the DRB in particular, they're subject matter experts. And when we did the odds for downtown, they were very focused on style and what would look good in a developed downtown. But I think in Site H, they were very conscientious to protect the site. And I hope you acknowledge that, because a lot of the things they did, and the Planning Commission in particular, when they took out riparian streams from the buffer zone, they were thinking specifically about what is that site and what would damage it and what would protect it. And they've been very conscientious. The odds were conscientious. The Planning Commission was very deliberate about making sure that what we have presented to us and are considering is as protective of that site and of you as possible, given what we, the town council, have the task we have of sort of allocating 639 units. So that's all I wanted to say about my thought process. Yeah, Vice Mayor Fredericks, please.
And so let me make a comment for the longer term, regardless of what we're doing here tonight. We still are in a position where if these sites don't get built to address the arenas we're given this year, they are carried forward to next year, whatever, or next cycle, which I think is something like 8 years. At some point, we're going to have to put some energy into asking our elected legislators to acknowledge the limitations of capacity and resources to build and then to serve the people in these units. One of the legislative discussions in small committees now is looking at the RHNA models that generate the number of units we're required to build. That's something that we should support. I don't know where you'd get that information. You could actually call your legislature, but whatever the outcome of tonight, where we're doing the best we can to keep the risk of uncontrolled development and meet the state requirements, whatever that outcome is tonight, I hope you will think of addressing your state legislators.
I agree with that. Anyone else have any comments?
Yeah, So, I'm the newest member of the council. This is my third meeting. And I was where, all of you are, about a little over 6 weeks ago. And one of the reasons that one of the reasons that I ran, last year and campaigned this year was because, I believed strongly that, we need to make sure that we're pulling local control back on our housing. I think, it's great to hear everyone come out and raise, a lot of points and some that I hadn't heard or thought of before about Site H. I think it's really important for everyone to understand the folks that aren't here tonight. The people from downtown, a few that we heard from today, are taking the vast bulk of the housing. They're taking over 400 units. I think the Site H, for a lot of reasons, I drive on Paradise pretty frequently. My kids go to Redwood. That's the way you go if you don't want to sit in traffic sometimes. It's incredibly dangerous. A couple days ago, there was a car that was just sitting right there in the middle of the lane. There's no shoulder for a big chunk of Paradise Drive. And you have to kind of figure it out and go slowly and be careful. This is not a place that's designed for high amounts of traffic. I continue to have a lot of concerns about Site H that I think were raised today. Whether it's cyclists on the weekends or during the week, whether it's kids riding their bikes. There are a lot of improvements that are coming to Trestle Glen that won't be extended onto Paradise Drive because it's county. And so there are and there continue to be a lot of issues with that development or any development on Paradise Drive that you don't see when you're looking at something that's maybe in near the Cove Shopping Center or in an area that's got 2 lanes and more proximity to 101. So I think I echo and I thank the town council for all the work that's happened over the last, over the last couple of years in getting closer and closer to this housing element. And also echo, I think, a lot of the concerns that you have with Site H in particular.
Councilmember there, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. So I want to start off just by thanking everyone for coming tonight and taking time out of your schedule. I also want to say one thing. There were a couple people that said that we don't care about you, or that you heard someone say that we don't care about you because you don't live in Tiburon. I just want to tell you that is absolutely not true. I know I am in Paradise K all the time. I'm on Paradise Drive, and I wanted to correct that. We do care about you. The problem that we have is that I do believe that if we do not adopt these objective design development standards, we are in a position where Site H and other sites, all the sites, can actually be built out in a way that would be worse for our community and for the residents near Site H and in Paradise K. There are very many issues with Paradise Drive and with the site. And this is not the end of the process. There will be environmental review. There will be infrastructure, if anything gets developed in that area or in any area in Tiburon. With over 400 units downtown, right now, our 2 roads can't support that. So we are not going to leave you alone. We are going to work with the entire town and with everything that is listed in our housing element to make sure that we mitigate any issues that we possibly can. This is not the end of the road. I really do want to also mention that I was actually mayor. This has been going on for how long? 3 years? Has it been about 3 years? I was mayor at the time that this mandate came down from the state of California for us to put 639 units. And the reason why we got 639 units is because we have a ferry. So we were deemed a transit-rich area, and the ferry made it so that we have 639 units. Now, I believe in affordable housing. I will fight for affordable housing, but I do not believe 639 units is the right number for a town of this size, considering how many new housing units did we develop last year? Does anybody have that number in their mind? Was it probably 10? It might have less than 10. So I went to ABAG, that's who we had to go to, and I appeared on Zoom and I gave every reason that I could think of, that our legal counsel could think of, for why we should not be given 639 units. And you know what happened? They said, we don't care, you get 639 units. And they did that to every other city and county in the state of California. So I want to give you that background. The decisions, the work that has been done has been going on for 3 years now. And I am committed. I will never leave you guys. I don't care where you live. I don't care if you can vote for me or not vote for me. If you don't feel like you're getting anywhere in the process down the road, please call me. My number's public. Greg will give it to you. And we are not going to just leave you.
Thanks.
Just a couple more things I wanted to ask about. So one of the issues that comes up with Site H, and I don't know if anyone really pointed to this specifically, a good chunk of the 639 units are supposed to be some form of low income housing, and supposed to be near a public transit hub. Adding public transit hasn't been a part of this process or part of the objective design review for building on this lot. And additionally, there's the potential that, low income housing could not be included on this lot at all, which isn't in I think the spirit of the state mandate. So this lot has quite a few issues, I think, from a whether or not it's in the spirit of the state mandate. I also have an open question around, I heard a few people talk about the buildable envelope of this lot. I think there's a direct issue with not having a clear understanding of what the buildable envelope is of Site H, because it's a risk. Because if a project comes forward and you can only develop 20 or 30 units on the lot because it has a tiny buildable envelope, that's a risk to us because those units could be shifted back downtown. So I would actually like a little more information on how many units we actually feel confident that we can put on that lot. And if we do feel comfortable that it's 93 to 118 units, and that the buildable envelope and the slope and that sort of thing that we saw today is possible with that 30 foot or 35 foot maximum height, I would feel more comfortable adopting objective design standards here.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Fredericks, please.
So it's my understanding that the number of units that are proposed for Site H have been accepted by HCD. And that takes care of getting our housing element certified in this cycle, which is what we're working on.
That's correct.
But that's not where it ends, because if those units don't get built, then
that's true of every
true of
location.
every
So in other words,
site.
there has to be a true up that occurs, I think, after, is it 3 or 4 years? Where they take a look at what's actually happened. And then, I think it will be interesting because, they reject certain sites because they think that they're not likely to be developed, and you have to go through a pretty rigorous process of proving it's possible. But many cities are going to have trouble in 4 years when the reality of the market doesn't meet what's been proposed. And so, that's going to be an issue for another day, but I don't think that issue is any different for Site H than from any of the other
That's right.
locations that we've selected.
And one of the things I did want to add is that you know, what we really need to also do is work on the state legislation. And I'm hopeful that we might see changes in upcoming years because, you know, it's not just Tiburon that this is happening to, it's happening all over the state. And, you know, we are trying to comply with a mandate that, you know, will never be fulfilled.
So do any of my fellow council members they need more information or is anybody ready to make a motion to proceed? If you.
I will make the motion to adopt the proposed resolution to accept the odds rezone H, site H with the amendments proposed by the staff.
And does she need
Does
to
that cover it?
say to read by title only or?
Yes.
So could you add that?
And to read by title only.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say
We'll-
aye.
We'll do a roll call vote now.
I thought that was,
No, it's one action.
oh, okay. So yeah, could we have a roll call vote, please, on this?
Councilmember Nick Farr,
I'm gonna abstain.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Councilmember Wellner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fredericks,
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes. So that passes 4-0 with one abstention. So now I need to read the title. Oh,
We're done with that agenda item.
okay, thanks. So now we'll go on to the next agenda item, which is presentation 1.
Mayor, if I may suggest maybe a 2-minute break?
Yeah, please, let's do that. So let's just take a quick recess for 3 minutes to go to the bathroom, get some water.
Can we, the next item is about the Parks Master Plan. It's something very important for the town of Tiburon. So if you have the time, please do stay. I think it's very important.
I know.
All right.
You like regular drawings, do you?
I just love them. They're actually quite nice.
Councilmember Theory, almost ready?
You could be a cartoonist. You could be a cartoonist.
I don't accept it. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for giving us that break. So the next item on the agenda is presentation 1, and it is on the Tiburon Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. So we're looking forward to hearing from David Eshie on the consultants. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council, and members of the public. WRT is here this evening to present an update on what they've learned so far through the discovery process of the master plan. They'll report on the assessments of the individual park sites. They'll also touch on some of the recreational programming that the ranch has offered and how it relates to our community. And also they'll provide the results of the comprehensive survey and also touch on what they learned from some of our community pop-up events, workshops, and walking tours. And this evening, our recommendation to Town Council is to hear the presentation and provide input and feedback to our consultants, WRT and town staff, as we move forward with developing this master plan. So this evening, we have Peter Winch and John Gibbs from WRT that will provide a presentation for us.
Thank you and welcome, guys. Thanks for coming.
Welcome. And before you start, I just want to ask, is that gray square an AI generated description? Humans looking at water? That's what it said. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. Is it morning yet? This is the good stuff, I hope. I certainly have been enthusiastic and interested about learning about the Parks and Open Space and Recreation here. What a beautiful setting, and what an important community priority. Certainly something that came out of the general plan. Very, very high community interest and desire to make what we can of the spectacular landscape and the community gathering spaces that are here. So we will just present a little bit high level about what we've learned. We're kind of at that midpoint in the process, pivoting from analysis and community engagement and kind of deep learning to making recommendations that will ultimately be going into the master plan along with implementation measures. Starting a little, just reorienting us all to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. You all approved this last year and we got started in April of this year. It's the first time, as I understand it, Tiburon has a Parks and Recreation Master Plan and a really good opportunity to step back from the sort of micro decisions that you're confronted with to look holistically at what are the really important things that we can do with what we have now, and looking forward over a sort of a manageable, understandable timeframe. We're looking at sort of like 15 years. How can we best achieve the community priorities of this place? We, WRT, landscape architecture, planning, urban design practice, San Francisco, just very, very deeply involved in the Bay Area and California. And park system planning is something that we do and love. John and I have been doing this work together for the past 6 years or so, and just each time is getting better, I think. Our team is full of specific expertise. Mac 5, David Ross, raised in Tiburon, building, doing the analysis of the building facilities. Pros Consulting brings an expertise in recreational operations, which I think you'll see emerging in this presentation. ETC Institute did our survey, the statistically valid survey the results of which we will present tonight. And Christine O'Rourke brings continuity from the general plan process. So that's our team. As I mentioned, we're kind of in the middle of the process. We are here. You see that in the middle of the screen. Right in the middle, we presented to Post Commission and the board of the ranch last week. I'm sorry, Post Commission last week, the ranch board on Monday, and here we are tonight. And we are hoping to come back to you in June for your consideration and hopefully adoption of a master plan. So moving now through the work. Starting with people. Who are the people of this town? That's the fundamental to who we're trying to serve. The chart on the left is showing projected population growth while starting in the past at 2010, moving to 2038, which is 15 years out. We see, you know, really very sort of small population growth, 9,120 is the estimate of this year, rising by about 200 people, projected in 2018.
I think we're missing our housing.
No, so there's a thing there. This is coming from Esri. It's projections. It's not that locally attuned. So there's a thing there. If all 639 units are built and there are 2 people in each unit, we're talking about more population growth than
It's a pretty significant planned population growth.
Yes,
Which
It actually amounts to
and it's an important reason.
16% growth is what.
It's an important reason to do a master plan as well, that I kind of skimmed over, but it is preparing for growth as well.
Right. I think it's important that we represent that somehow in this master planning process, because
Absolutely.
we're it's part of the housing element, it's part of the general plan. It's got to be part of the parks master plan.
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. The age charts that you see on the right of the screen are showing the proportions by age group in the age cohorts in the population over time. Each column is a moment in time. And
Excuse me, one question. Is it okay if we ask questions while we're going through, or do you
go
want me
ahead,
afterwards?
please.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered, so what is the data to, for the projections? What is it based on?
It's based, I'm not able to say, I'm not sure I'm going to answer it correctly, but I think it is a sort of straight line projection from recent trends. Alice, I can get back to you on the
that?
specifics of
And
that.
trends where? Here, in the area, in the nation?
I believe in Tiburon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's good enough.
I also had a question on the timeline.
Yes.
So I noticed that in March and April, there is not anything. I was wondering why that is, and I was hoping that you could come back to the town council with a draft before. It looks like you're
Yes,
looking for
absolutely.
approval in June.
I think that's a good.
So if you could come back to the town council in March, I think that would be better.
Mhm.
Because then there would be time either to do additional outreach or to be able to go to post one more time.
Yeah, the council tends to be finicky if we get an end product without the ability to have regular input.
Yeah, and the issue also is that June, we don't meet in July, so that would be postponing it to the next fall.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we can work it out.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, yeah, so the population, the high level takeaway for me in that population charts is just the gradual aging of the population. You see a little bit the bubble sort of moving up with fewer youth, children represented at the bottom and seniors represented at the top. But still, you know, a full balanced community, people of all ages that we need to serve.
Those projections, if we have that 16% population growth, could fluctuate depending on the age segment. So the youth segment could grow back to 24%, could be higher, could be a little lower than that, could stay stable. But we could see some pretty significant movement between those age groups based on what kind of housing gets built and who moves into that housing, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it would tend to be, who would it be? I think younger families being targeted for a lot of that housing and also seniors. Kind of
Maybe,
the
but
outs-
the other considerations for the housing is to provide the housing where the jobs are, so that would sort of define the age of the people who move in also. Make sense?
It does if you believe that's what's going to happen.
So how do we update this slide in particular with something that reflects the housing element, conditions, and trends that we think we're gonna see?
Yes, I think we can update the projections that appear in the master plan itself and make that connection clear as we move forward and engage the community with projections that are connected to the general plan. I think that would be the best way to go.
Okay, thank you.
600 people.
Yeah, good catch.
Just curious, did anyone else make that catch?
No, I think you're coming off of a very fresh conversation, which is inspiring that catch. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, recreation trends. This is, kind of where I wanted to go with that population discussion, is that it also has implications for the kind of recreation activities that people are likely to want to do. This is national data. This is based on the National Recreation and Park Association's, detailed analysis of what people are doing. But basically, high level, on the left, we see the sports that have the highest national participation. Basketball way up there. On the right, the red line is an index. That's the national average across these same recreational activities. And you see where Tiburon's population would be expected to be participating more or less than that national average.
So
yes.
So market potential simply means the number of people that will engage in the activity.
Pretty much, yes.
And is that an index, or is that some sort of proportion?
The red line represents the national average, and where the blue bars are Tiburon's sort of expected participation relative to that national average.
So it's an indexed analysis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And does the next slide have non-general sports?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're anticipating exactly. So this gets to fitness activities, if this is what you mean.
So I'm wondering where pickleball falls.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. Is
Pickleball, I think, is still new enough that the NRPA hasn't been gathering data on it.
Okay.
So I don't have that for you, but it's definitely a live question.
Okay, because we hear a lot about pickleball.
Yes,
but I didn't see it in the last slide.
And how is Tiburon's?
John's telling me it's the fastest growing sport nationally, so you're not alone.
How are Tiburon's numbers relative to the average calculated?
It's based on demographics. So I think there's a whole sort of combination of race and ethnicity and income and household size and suburban, position on the urban suburban spectrum and region in the country, and all of those things that kind of, influence how people live their lives. So grain of salt, absolutely.
Well, and also I think that there's, we've been doing a lot of work on diversity and inclusion. And so there's also the kind of element of what we have and what we attract. So I just want to point out that we also need to be looking for activities that appeal to not necessarily only the existing residents.
Absolutely.
And John, to expand on that, I'm sure it's later in the presentation, but I think Councilmember Fredericks has brought this up a few times. It's sort of looking at also what's in the surrounding communities, right? We can't provide every amenity and every sport to to Tiburon residents. We kind of also need to look at what's available around us and potentially supplement that with things that maybe can be unique to Tiburon and meet these the needs.
Yes. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So general fitness, we see just kind of across the board that we would expect Tiburon residents to really embrace these kind of activities, walking for fitness, free weights, running and jogging and yoga. And I think that, you may see that every day. And then looking at outdoor activities, maybe a little bit less of a focus of the ranch's programming and the town's ability to provide activities, but there is this beautiful open space network. There is the old rail trail. There are activities to satisfy some of these needs on a day-to-day basis, which is exciting. And of course, Marin County, beyond Tiburon, this is kind of getting back at that statement about thinking about leveraging what others are offering. There's a wealth of activities in the county and beyond. Shifting now to just a sort of a snapshot of the existing parks and open space system. This map, a little hard to read at that distance. So I will just kind of orient us to the colors and the shapes. But the dark vivid green represents the community parks, the town's parks. The biggest body of your parkland, of course, is that sequence of spaces that starts at Blackie's Pasture and goes south through McKegney Green and the south of the Knoll Park, and then extends like a long tail with the old rail trail. So that really is the heart of the community park system. I think it's also important to point out a little cluster of parks downtown and adjacent to downtown. We've got Shoreline Park, Zielinski Park, and Tether Park, which is being classified here as a recreation site. Also the ranch property, another really important recreation site. Also, this map is showing schools. You can see the school symbols in red and yellow show the elementary and middle schools. And those are important recreation features as well. And then the gold color is the town's open spaces. So the public open spaces that are owned or under town easement. The lighter colored open spaces, the lighter colored brown represents open spaces that are county or otherwise managed not by the town.
Where's Martha?
Martha property is not showing up on this map. Perhaps because of the ownership right now. But
It's going to be just south
It's
of
not open
the
space
St.
yet.
Hilary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
Precisely.
area just south of the St. Hilary open space.
it seems to me we should maybe do a different color for that, which is likely future open space or something like
I
that.
think that makes sense too. Yeah.
I would also like to draw the council's attention just north of the big green area where Blackie's Pasture is. There's sort of a tail going the other direction. That's Belveron Park. Incredibly underutilized and massive park. So that's something I think one of the reasons why those of us on post wanted to discuss and even get this master planning process started is because there are some spaces that are designated park space that have just been untouched for decades in some cases.
So is Belveron Park the one that's completely surrounded by houses and you can't see it
That's
from the road?
So Bel Air.
Is that Bel
Bel Air
Air?
Park
That's
is
Bel Air.
a smaller kind of community sized park, which is great. They do Easter egg hunts and other community events there. Belveron Park sits between Belveron East and West, and if you've ever seen a
Just
picture
full of grass
of the,
benches.
so if you ever seen a picture of the original developments, it was gorgeous. And it was grass and it was
Wow.
play structures and it was just an incredible park that
Okay.
sat between Belveron East and West.
Now it's just kind of eerie.
And yeah, and so I mean, there's a little shack in there that someone built. There have been all kinds of activities that have happened in there that a lot of people don't know about. And there's a train tunnel
That
at
has
the
a lot
end.
of potential, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's one where I'm particularly excited about the potential of that area and the potential to redevelop, that park. It's really a massive space. I've walked it with David also, and it's just, there's so much potential in that area.
Really? Okay.
Wow.
That's interesting. Is it, and it's publicly owned?
It's a regular park. It's just completely formally unused.
And it's a town park. It's not
It's a-
something owned
Correct,
under the
yeah.
CC&Rs by the
It's
home.
longer than a football field. It's huge.
Yeah, you can't even see, I mean, most of it's overrun with.
Right.
And it's owned by the town.
Interesting.
Shall we continue? All right, so we actually prepared several more maps than what we're showing right now, and they're all available on the website. And I encourage everyone watching or listening to go and look deeper. This map is showing access to parks. The pink color here is showing half-mile walk sheds along streets. So this is network analysis, is what it's called in GIS. You're actually capturing the walking distance, half a mile, to an existing Town of Tiburon Community Park. And so you can see that the west side of the peninsula is pretty well served because people can walk down to the old rail trail and to the downtown parks and to the sequence of parks along Richardson Bay. It's a little bit deceptive in the sense that Tiburon Boulevard itself is quite a barrier in many places. So I think we need to really acknowledge that. And also, while yes, you can walk to the old rail trail or you can walk to Zielinski Park, many of these sites don't really have very significant recreation features. So it is what it is, but at least there are a lot of people who are within walking distance of some kind of park and open space that provides some level of recreational value to the residents. Not so much on the east side of the peninsula. Yes.
No, that's very interesting because the value of open spaces and walking where there are views outside, where there aren't cars, is actually in the history of the town considered high value recreation.
Yeah. And you can see, I mean, people just embrace that trail and just walking and being outside.
And Shoreline Park. Yeah.
This third map, and this is the last, is showing the trail system and emphasizing the open spaces and the open space trails. And here I would call attention to first the Bay Trail, which is the most important trail there is in the Bay Area. Goes right through Tiburon, right down the old rail trail and along Tiburon Boulevard right to downtown. That's key. It's an amazing feature. And then the other discontinuous line that you can see is the Tiburon Ridge Trail, and there are long segments of that are continuous, but there are also breaks, and that's something that you can't help but notice and think about opportunities to try to link those segments. And then you can see the sort of capillaries, the trails that extend often from that Tiburon Ridge Trail, often using fire roads, and extending into the neighborhoods, and just creating a really rich network of trails that take people into natural areas.
What's that obvious gap?
Well, I guess what I'm pointing out is between the Middle Ridge open space, right in the middle of the peninsula, there's a segment of, you can see two green lines that don't connect, basically.
Yeah, I'm just asking where that is. I'm just trying to.
It's Hacienda, right?
That's Hacienda. Yeah. So there is a street connection. Yeah. Okay, moving to another element of our analysis, which was looking at individual sites and buildings, and also looking at the programs that are being run by the ranch. And this is a very abbreviated presentation and represents a lot of work. But I think the focus here, looking at starting with our assessment of the existing park sites, is focusing on the qualities that we were looking at. So starting with access and connectivity, we had basically our process involved a pretty extensive table with many criteria that are associated with sort of these four themes that I'm going to introduce. So starting with access and connectivity, we were looking at elements that make parks easy to access, both within and to and from. And noticing in Tiburon, I think there's a very strong access and connectivity component to that whole sequence of park spaces that is connected by the old rail trail. It is connective by definition. That is sort of fundamental to its open space, to its recreation quality. And then there are parks that are kind of fundamentally disconnected. This Bel Air Park, which is shown here, almost invisible from the street. And there are others as well that have a similar quality. We looked at functionality, and this has to do with how the park can be used recreationally by people. It's about the relationships between uses, how the site is organized, and how functional it is, basically. And so I think both of these images actually represent sites that are pretty darn functional, but maybe for a sort of specific and limited uses. And I think that really makes a ton of sense for the old rail trail, for McKegney Green, it being such a sort of, one of the only large sites that we have. It does sort of beg questions of could this get a little bit broader, richer use? We looked at safety and comfort, ways that the physical design characteristics of parks contribute or don't contribute to a feeling of safety and comfort. This has to do with things like benches and shade and amenities like trash cans and water fountains. It also has to do with sight lines and a sense of entrance and welcome. So some parks clearly are succeeding more than others. I would call out Tether Park a little bit here as having some weird sightline issues, perhaps having room for improvement, as the slide says. And there are others. Belveron would be a really good example here.
That's
So
the worst part.
Yes, so Belveron really crying out.
In a sight line, what are you trying to cite?
Good question. Yes, so by sightline, I mean natural design qualities that create what's called natural surveillance, which means people being able to see other people being able to see into and through a site.
Okay.
So you can see that at Tether Park here pictured, they're just, there's vegetation that is kind of blocking views and features that just because of the way they're organized don't tend to create a sense of openness.
But it's a little park right on the road. I mean, the landscaping might have value.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is Tether Park similar to what you see with other tennis courts where you have potentially landscaping that blocks the sound issues from sort of permeating in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, that in that sense, the landscape that is around the tennis courts is serving that really important function.
I walk past it.
We also looked at the open spaces in a bit less detail, but we focused on the just the access points, the trailheads, and recognized, first of all, what an amazing resource this is, and that Tiburon residents have access to, but also, acknowledging that there's rarely parking, there's very limited signage, very limited amenities, very limited, often safe access for pedestrians and bikes. So it's beautiful if you can get there and if you know where it is, but it's not easy to find and it's not necessarily easy to get to.
And what kind of amenities are appropriate for open space?
Well, just thinking about the trailheads, really, that signage,
yeah,
rules and regulations, wayfinding signage, a trash receptacle, maybe a place to sit.
I got it.
Yeah. Yes, there we go. MAC 5 conducted an assessment of 4 of the town's facilities that serve the recreational setting. So they looked at the ranch itself, that building, the community center. They looked at the community room in this building upstairs, and they looked at the restrooms at Blackie's Pasture and south of the Knoll. And basically, just to summarize, they found mostly good conditions, minor accessibility issues, mainly meeting the program needs that the buildings are serving, but also somewhat limiting in the recreational opportunities that they support. So there would be some opportunity for reconfiguration there that could help.
So when looking at ADA compliance, did you also look at ingress and egress? One place in particular on Tiburon Boulevard, crossing Tiburon Boulevard at Avenida Miraflores, there's a ramp that I think is maintained by Caltrans, and it's an asphalt ramp. It's incredibly bumpy. It gets into disrepair very easily. But I think portions of it or the end of it is maintained by the town where it becomes a nice concrete ramp. But that's something I would like to identify and see if there are ways that we can advocate for some consistency on that ramp. And I understand that it's easier and cheaper to just kind of do the asphalt for that ramp as you're doing Tiburon Boulevard. But from an ADA standpoint, from an accessibility standpoint, That I can say that asphalt and that walkway does break down quite quickly. And it can be really, really bumpy and difficult for from an accessibility standpoint. So would like to make sure.
I think I missed which site this is.
So at the corner of Avenida Miraflores and Tiburon Boulevard, there's a
thank you.
guardrail and there's a ramp on the other side of the guardrail on the Pine Terrace side.
Okay.
That leads up towards where the Portuguese mural is and sort of over
Right.
by McKegney. I believe that ramp is maintained by Caltrans and would be ideal if we could find a way to have some consistency in terms of that ramp and the portion that's maintained by the town, which is fantastic and concrete and has railings and all that stuff.
Got it. Yep. Really sensitive and important access point.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what he's talking about.
All right. This is the only slide that I'm showing you on the ranch. We went through a lot more on Monday with their board, and that I think was really welcome. They really appreciated being part of this process. But you know, in a nutshell, it's a pretty unique situation that you have a joint committee serving the recreation needs of Tiburon and Belvedere, and using town of Tiburon and town of Belvedere facilities to do that, as well as the school district. The first activity of sort of unpacking the recreational programming was to identify what we call core program areas, which is that if you lump the recreational programs into baskets, what are those baskets? So those core program areas right now, I think it's just good for everyone to know. They run summer camp programs. They have adult programs that include classes, as well as sports leagues. They run after school programs. They have tennis programs, and they and they collaborate on special events, or they run their own special events. And these are, as I mentioned, conducted in various facilities. The main one in Tiburon being the ranch. Okay, I'm going to shift over now to present the results of the survey. And this survey, just a little bit of background. A mailer was sent to every household in Tiburon. I now don't remember when this took place. It was, I think it would have been in August. It may have been, I think it was August.
Yeah.
And the goal was to collect enough responses to achieve statistical significance, which is a 95% confidence interval. And I think that number would have been about 200 return surveys based on the population. We got over 400, maybe over 450. I don't remember the precise number. So far more than we needed to achieve that level. So it's a really good opportunity to look under the hood and understand what Tiburon residents value.
So as we had discussed the survey, I think when we were interviewing WRT, we had talked about, and I think you had talked about this also, is doing email, mail surveys, but also phone calls. Did any phone calls happen to make sure that we're covering? And the reason I ask this is Tiburon is a diverse place from an age standpoint. And so I think it's also important as we're thinking about, and you showed a graphic on this earlier of percentage of population by age. I'd like to understand, of the 400 or so surveys that went out, do we have statistically valid, maybe it's not statistically valid, but I would like to have representation across all age groups, because I think it's really important that the diversity of age in this town is represented with this survey collection. And if it's not, I think there is still time to potentially collect that and maybe make up any gaps that there could be across those age groups.
Yeah, I agree with that. The age distribution of the respondents is important.
Did you say what was the primary source of this? It was mailing?
As I understand the methodology that ETC uses, and they do this is what they do. They start by mailing, and they have then unique addresses and unique households. And that's the fundamentally important aspect of maintaining the quality of the survey. Then they follow up they receive responses. The form itself also includes a link to an online survey. So for people who don't want to fill it out and mail it in, they can follow that link and then fill it out online and submit it that way. And there's a unique code associated with each survey that's mailed. I think that typically the way ETC handles it is if they're not getting enough responses, they follow up with phone calls. I don't know whether they had to or did in this case, because I think their first method is mail and their backup is to follow up with phone. But I can get back to.
And did we use any of the town's communication methods like the Tiburon Talk newsletter or any of that stuff?
Yes. Yeah, there was an email version of the survey that went out also, and I think it was included in Tiburon Talk, and I posted it on Nextdoor. I think
It wasn't.
Yeah, no, I thought I assumed so, but I just wanted to make sure.
But statistically valid simply refers to the number of respondents? Question mark?
Yes.
It has to do with ensuring that you're getting unique responses, and that every household in Tiburon would have an equal chance at filling it out. And so the responses wouldn't be skewed to the people who are paying the most attention, and to enough responses coming in.
So I would kind of challenge the statistical validity depending on how the age distribution looks and if it's close to the town. Because I think if you think about standard deviations and variance and that sort of thing, what you're looking for, depending on your age group, can vary quite significantly. You may have one age group that's really interested in walking paths and maybe dog parks, and you may have another age group that's very interested in in cycling access and that sort of thing. So I think I'd like to see more information on the age distribution.
Yeah, I think what he wants is a representative sample. Yeah.
So yeah, let's continue on and see if we can respond to that. Just not hitting every question because there were a lot, but hitting, I think, highlights. Question 2 was rate your satisfaction with the following parks and facilities. And so the colors here are very satisfied, being blue, purple and blue. So I'm kind of focusing on those here, and they're sorted in order. As you can see, people are by and large very, very, very satisfied or satisfied with, the lion's share of your parks and open spaces. There are definitely some parks that lag, and it's the ones that you would expect. Belveron is right there at the bottom, and Cypress Grove Garden Park. I'm not sure people even know what that is. I think there's a little bit of an identity issue that's with some of Tiburon parks as well. Tether Park tennis courts also rating quite low, and Cypress Hollow Park and Bel Air Park. All of those just a bit lower.
I just have to say it's a little. If you go back, I mean, I guess people just tend to say that they're satisfied when they don't know. But I mean, the idea that 64% of the people are either satisfied or very satisfied with a completely unused grass covered park.
Yeah.
Very unlikely.
I think I also look at the very dissatisfied. I think that's probably a pretty good indication also.
Yeah, someone is upset about it.
And I think there's also a correlation to satisfaction in some cases and how new something is or when the last time it was refurbished. So if we look at the library, right, it's just been redone. It's incredible. I think a lot of people are using it, my family included. We're very satisfied with it. It's a great new addition.
That's interesting. I like what you're saying. The people who are really very dissatisfied, they have some reason.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's what I kind of clued in on pretty quickly was even for Cypress Hollow Park, right? There's some extreme dissatisfaction of that. And it could be the lack of bathrooms. I'm not sure. I think I'm interested to learn more.
The next question, please check all of the following reasons that prevent you or your household from using the parks and facilities more often. And here, the largest number of responses were for not aware of park or trail locations, lack of features we want to use, lack of parking to access parks and trails, use trails and parks in other cities, and lack of restrooms. And, you know, I think all of these reasons, for one reason or another, all of these statements for one reason or another, correspond with observations that we make of the parks. For example, awareness. I think there's not very good signage, and the parks don't represent themselves very clearly. Lack of features we want to use. You know, a lot of the parks don't really have a lot of features, and many people are very satisfied with that way it is. But also, people acknowledge, and people who don't use the parks, that's an important reason, and so on.
I think I'd also like to call attention to the lack of handicap accessibility. I think the number of people that require handicap accessibility is quite low. So seeing this number, it could be kind of a you know, an outsized or undersized representation of how that actually is. Because if we think about the population that actually needs that accessibility, you know, they could be quite low in proportion to the overall population.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. Just because something falls to the bottom of the list doesn't mean it's not important. And that's a tough thing about interpreting data like that, because there's a tendency to just focus on the top. And there's an intensity of need that isn't necessarily captured, or a responsibility to provide for everyone, which also isn't captured. This next chart, you see it doesn't have a question associated with it, and that's because it's a composite. This is ETC's composite analysis of 2 or 3 questions. One of the questions, and they use the same list of features, is let us know if each of these things is important to you. If you have if you have a need for this feature. And then the next question is, to what extent is that need met currently? And it's 25%, 50%, 75%, or 100% met. And this chart is the composite of those questions. So it is features that are needed, and those needs are not being met. And at the top of the list, in this highest priority category, you see kayak and small craft launch, multi-use paved trails, multi-use unpaved trails, swimming pool, community center, off-leash dog park, outdoor tennis ball / pickleball courts. And I think there's a critique there, which is that maybe should have been asked as 2 separate questions. And then open space and conservation areas. Those emerged as, in the survey, the community members' greatest needs for new features or additional investment in features.
We've seen before that this kayak launch was really high in some prior survey, I believe. But it kind of comes out of nowhere relative to the prior stuff that you've showed us, like when we had the chart showing, you know, what people do around here, it was kind of average. You know, I'm really surprised to see that's like the number 1 priority.
Kayaking, canoeing and kayaking. Yeah, it's kind of at the 110. It's not shooting way up there. It's above average, but I agree with you. It wouldn't indicate that it would rise to the top of the list.
Yeah, how do we reconcile the sort of market potential and the survey results? Right, it's kind of what people are telling us versus the sort of what you might.
I think that's so high because there's notice. Whereas most of the others, they're just not putting.
Well, but
you know, it's being very.
If I may,
Sorry,
there's a sizable, there's people online who can't hear you. So if you want to say something and the mayor allows it, you can come up to the microphone. But I think for purposes of people on Zoom, you should speak into a microphone if the mayor's going to permit it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Thank you. But
to me, as you said, it's a mixture of desire and how much it should be. And most of those, it's probably in some of them already. So, but the fact that has no, it's not making energy, it becomes much more important in that priority scale.
And you know, there's always been something compelling about the feedback we get from the community about accessibility to the water. They're surrounded by it. They walk down the street, they see it, and it's relatively inaccessible for various reasons. I think the kayak response there reflects what we've seen over the years.
But is the idea? I don't know how the question was asked. Is the idea that it's a kayak rental place, or is it the idea that all these
Launch.
people have hidden kayaks in their garages that would come running out to our lunch site?
I think it's the latter. I think
Yeah,
I think it's the launch itself is having an access point
Water.
to the water. I mean, there are considerations, right? I don't know if anyone was following the big rescue that happened in Richardson Bay where
Yeah.
someone was stuck on their kayak in the mud, which by the way, you could walk to shore from through the mud. I don't know if anyone made them aware of that, but you can do that. It's a little deep, but you'll make it. And so there are appropriate places to kayak where it's deep enough, and even at low tide where you won't get stuck in parts of Richardson Bay. But I think having a launch at an area where you know won't get stuck could prevent situations like
great. I
that.
mean,
Also,
there's demand. It's an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say it will be much higher today after they.
Well, there is a launch at Paradise Drive, Paradise Park, or there used to be, there still is. But that's a trip. That's not just a straight line between you and the water you're seeing.
Okay,
yeah,
I was just-
Paradise
that was
Park is kind
interesting.
of it's a different situation now, I think, than it was before, because I think it's kind of in need of the access point. I think it's a great fishing pier, but it's tough to. I think it has some challenges getting into the water.
It is, but you can, yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, okay, so I guess another thing I would point out here is this isn't automatically like what we will then. want to-
Of course, we're just
Right.
reacting.
Yeah, exactly, but I'm just making the point, you see some things that are very high priority, like a swimming pool, that are also very high investment. And there are some things that are low priority that maybe could be achieved at, quite easily. And that may serve a community that's not everyone, responding to the survey, but maybe there is a community of kids who really would love to have a bike park. So I think we have to read all of this with that level of scrutiny.
And if you look at, I mean, even shade structures, right? That's something where there's a general benefit to the community, and it's something that may be lower priority, not something that everyone's thinking about, but could be used in areas where you can't do more structured activities like kayak and swimming pool, where you have passive recreation. You could also potentially have shade.
Yep. Oh, a similar set of questions led to a composite index here about top priorities for investment in programs and activities. So this is where the previous question was about facilities and amenities. This one is about programs and activities. And here we have a somewhat smaller list of programs and activities that rose to the very top, high priority. And those are adult fitness and wellness programs, community special events, exercise classes for all ages, senior programs, and cultural enrichment programs. And certainly when we had quite a lot of discussion about this finding on Monday night up at the ranch, they were, I think, struck by how important special events are to people in Tiburon. That was really, I think, landing. And I think there was a bit of puzzlement about the relatively seemingly lower need for youth and for all these youth programs, because in their recent experience, their participation rate has grown. Their participation rate in youth programs has grown substantially.
That's kind of going back to my question about the age proportions and of the survey responses. There probably aren't a lot of kids responding to the survey. But I think, thinking about the sort of, I don't know, maybe it's the 30 to 50 range or something else in there where maybe you have kids that would want to participate in programs. How is that group represented within the overall 400 and some odd responses?
Well, it's also the flip side to the kayak story, which is
right.
Ranch is providing these things now, so they may want them a lot, but they may have outlets for them.
Yeah, correct. So the next question, please check all the potential improvements to open space. So this is trying to shift the attention from developed parks to the more natural open spaces would make these more attractive for you to use. And here, we see restrooms, water fountains and refill stations, trailhead and wayfinding signage, more trails and trail connections, places to sit, parking, trail maps. You know, I think there's an acknowledgement there that all those things would probably be a good.
Well, I think it's also important to remember for the open space, there are on the Tiburon Peninsula, you know, starting with Ring Mountain and that area, moving down the peninsula, there are parts of that open space that are Tiburon, and there are parts of the open space that are not Tiburon, right? And so there are portions that we can make improvements to, and portions that we could potentially make improvements to them for continuity, but we would need permission to do that.
And there are also limits of what you can build on open space, like restrooms. But some of the suggestions, and I know that Parks and Open Space has worked on it, about trail maps and signage, and those are really important. I think they should be at the top of the list, yeah.
Okay. How important do you feel it is for Town of Tiburon to provide high quality parks, recreation facilities and programs? This is just a sort of a temperature check on, okay, all these responses, but is it actually matter to people? And this seems to indicate that it does. 71% responded that it's very important, and another 20% somewhat important. So I think it validates the finding that actually came out of the general plan, which was that this was a very high priority for folks. Finally, we're getting to the questions that I think I should have put these slides first. But this here is now representing the demographics of the survey respondents. And this first slide is including yourself. How many people in your household are in the following age groups?
Okay.
So
That explains the under 5 category.
Yes, so this is capturing, so yes, a lot of times you would imagine the children, the 5-year-olds are not filling out the survey. Probably not happening. But the people who are filling out the survey are indicating what the age of everyone in their household. So here I actually do have the 2020 census data. I just got the snapshot census data, which is under 18 or 65 and over, just to compare. The census under 18 population is 20.7. Here we have under 18 would be, let's say, almost ages, let's say take in ages 15 to 19, 27%. So actually this sample has a higher percentage of people in the age group of 0 to 19 than the census reports in the 0 to 18 age group.
I think it's 23, by the way.
Wait, I'm not following this. So the assumption is that if these people are in your household, you're responding on their behalf also?
Well, it's a really good question. The questions are phrased with you and your household, but I think all of us, it's hard to maintain that level of integrity that we are responding equally for all members of a group. That is the intent. Ages 65 plus in Tiburon, 23.4% according to the census, and here we have 23, so almost exactly the same as the census. That's tracking. How many years have you lived in Tiburon? The next question. A whopping 28% have lived here for 31 years or more. Just a lot. And someone asked, I think at the post-commission meeting, does that count people who grew up here and left and came back? And I thought that was an interesting question. Of course, it doesn't, people would just use their own discretion.
Self-reported.
Self-reporting.
So it could.
It could. And I think it gets at a life pattern that is apparently typical here.
Well, it also gets to, why we're doing this. I think, people come back here, people want to be here for a long time. I think there's also a large sort of aging in place population that wants to stay here. And I think we should make sure that we're doing everything we can to enable that.
Yeah. I think also worth pointing out, pretty significant 18% have moved here just in the last 5 years. So that's also good in a way, I think, that you're capturing folks that are new and bringing fresh blood and their own ideas and want to make this a good place for them as well. The race and ethnicity question, this also tracks almost exactly with the census. So white or Caucasian, 81.8% of the respondents. That's actually exactly the same as the US Census Bureau reports in 2020. And the other races also are tracking pretty closely. Gender. And then this question, maybe I should have put it next to the other one. What is your age? So this is the age of the actual respondents. And here you see, I think this would give me pause because I see 30% of respondents are 65 plus. And so it is more skewed. There seems to be a bit less of an age balance and perhaps less of a representative sample. But again, I think you wouldn't expect this sample to be representative because youth and children are not likely to fill out the surveys. So I'm going to hand it over to John Gibbs to talk a little bit about what we've done in the community.
All right, so we were talking about the statistically valid survey. That was us reaching out to that fairly randomized population. Community engagement is those kind of self-selected folks that really wanted to be engaged. And we reached out during pop-ups and kind of went to where people are, but also had other events where people were invited and engaged through those activities. And we learned a lot. And it's important to check out kind of both what the voting population is saying through statistically valid work, but also those that are really wanting to participate, really have something to say. And we kind of put all these things together to really get a pretty good snapshot. We did these pop-ups, the classic car show, the Friday Night on Main. Friday Night on Main was pretty great. It was also middle school graduation, and we had a lot of teenagers that participated and gave us a lot of feedback on our boards and talking about parks. A lot of really important interviews that we've conducted with community partners or stakeholders, community leaders. Lots of different groups have been engaged throughout this process. We held 2 community workshops. There was similar information. One was in person and the other was virtual, just really making sure we're breaking down the digital divide and reaching out to really as many people as we could. The walking tour was a lot of fun. I think people enjoyed coming together, being out on site, saw some of you folks there as well. And we were able to also dig even a little deeper just to be able to talk to folks as we're walking on the trail, for example, traversing from Pasture to McKagney's Green out to south of the Knoll, checking out the art, the playgrounds, etc. So what did we hear? So through the pop-ups, and this was, out and about in the community. So pretty good sample of folks that we could engage. People love the parks are pretty clean. They're well maintained. They're comfortable. There was some thoughtful design, natural features. So just kind of positive, light things that we heard. Some features and programs and qualities that could be added. Definitely heard about playgrounds, heard about art, community events, features for older kids and teens. I think this was something that we definitely heard a lot of was, are there things for the teens to do? Are they just all hanging out behind CVS, or are they able to engage in other sorts of activities? What are we doing for the kids? Definitely heard that time and time again. And so I think that's something the plan can be thinking about. What are those kind of meaningful hangout spots sometimes? Is because that's what CVS is offering. It's a hangout spot. So where are we providing those places out in our parks and our open spaces? Sports courts, in other words, pickleball, and fields. Lots of demand for fields, lots of demand for our sports courts. At our community meetings, we definitely heard about some key issues. So this is really, you know, we've heard a lot, and we'll have a longer, more thorough engagement breakdown, but just trying to pull out some of the main threads. And just to pause on the first one, high speeds on the old rail trail. This is something that we definitely heard time and time again. We saw it and we experienced it as we were walking along the trail. The popularity of that, of the Bay Trail and of that facility within the city is immense. That's great. It offers this pretty wonderful spine connecting kids to school, connecting folks downtown out for recreation, et cetera. But it's also so well used that we're starting to see a lot of conflicts between users, the speed associated with e-bikes, you know, the loss of humanity because kids are riding too fast. It's all going on there. And this plan needs to make some pretty strong recommendations. We would be wise to be thinking about that cross section. There's some areas that are pretty narrow. There's also some speed controls, and I think there's some broader national best practices, as you guys aren't alone in this issue of e-bikes and speeds on trails. Is certainly common, certainly throughout Marin County, but actually nationally as well. And I think we can tap into some broader resources and best practices there. So that's kind of front and center for us.
Did anyone suggest potentially splitting pedestrian and bicycle traffic as a solution for that high speeds issue? I know Post recently made a recommendation, which I think this group is going to see pretty soon. But you know,
Right.
the issues are I think you have up here bikes and e-bikes, right? You have cyclists and e-bikes that are all breaking the posted 8 mile an hour speed limit when pedestrians are present. So did people, I guess,
Yes. So definitely that has come up as a desire. It's, you know, it's also I think it's also the best practice, and we see this with especially higher volume use of trails. That's really the trigger. When you have that many people out there, naturally there's going to be difference in speeds between bikes and pedestrians. When you have kids and you have seniors doing one thing and you have bicyclists doing another, at a certain volume you get conflicts. And one of the ways to resolve that is to separate. That also comes with some more width requirements, and which isn't necessarily the easiest thing. So, you know, that's going to take some work.
There are also portions of the old rail trail that are currently constricted with retaining walls on each side.
Right.
Right. So
So it's not an easy thing to widen it out to 18 feet, which would easily allow two-way passage for bikes and then separated path for pedestrians with a buffer in between. That would take a wider width than we may have available. So that may be appropriate in some places. There may be some places where the trail just could be widened and it's worth doing that. And then there may be, you know, some other solutions, some exceptions where speed control, texture differences, signage and things are really necessary to further reinforce a slowing of speeds as you're going through a constrained area, not unlike we do with, you know, cars and vehicle movements as well. Definitely, you know, some work, I think, or desire for work to educate and inform parents and kids and you know, general riders of e-bikes about requirements for speed. I think there was a hope for that kind of communication to happen. And there may be some programs, whether it's through schools, sometimes there's special grants involved for both encouraging folks to use active transportation like bicycling, but also how to do that safely. And there could be some interesting programs and initiatives that could launch locally to do that.
Well, you know, the Safe Routes to School group in the schools, and then the community-wide Safe Routes to School people address those kinds of programs. I hope people are more aware of that.
Right. That's a kind of a great place to start that conversation with Safe Routes to School, and start with kids at a younger age as well. It's great.
And some of the Post members have been very active in some of the programs of Safe Routes to School.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah. Great ideas. All, I think, on the right track. more comments that we heard around activities for teens, places for them to hang out, whether that's a bicycle pump track or a skate spot. Sometimes it's not just the activity, but it's the social activity that is associated with the with the activity, right?
Just observing the stuff that you heard at community meetings is very, very different from the stuff that you got from the survey. Because the youth stuff was all at the bottom, least priority.
Right.
From the survey results, and then in the community meetings, it looks like it's a big focus. So it's just kind of confusing.
Confusing also, but also, painting a broader picture, and it definitely takes some work to understand, who's speaking. And these are folks that had a particular concern, interest in the parks, and really wanted to come out and vocalize something.
Well, and also, how many people were at these community meetings? So when we're talking about, about the responses here, was it 10, 20, 50, 100 people?
And this is somewhat cumulative, but in the community meetings, I think we were in the 30s, and we had not a lot of people in the online event. We had about almost 30 or 40 people at our tour. So, we're inching towards 100, but by no means this is not a statistically valid sample either. So I just wanted to point out a couple more things. I think comments around community events. The McKegney Green is definitely a place that could host events. There's lots of neighborhood concerns around noise there, but I think we definitely heard all sides of that issue, kind of the desire and the opportunity for more potentially there, but also the concerns. But to think more broadly throughout the town, where can events happen? Where can people gather? Is something we definitely heard. I just wanted to just kind of talk about the families and the play areas. I think when we were out at South of the Knoll, that's a pretty popular playground, but it was also noted that it's pretty far and people have to trek quite a ways to get out there. I think we were generally hearing well, people figure it out and they make use of it. Wouldn't it be nice if there was something a little closer or a little bit more convenient? But that would then cause us to think about the wastewater treatment site reuse, or to imagine more creative play or nature play within the pasture area potentially.
And I'm going to assume you didn't purposefully skip the need for amenities in public spaces for seniors, did you?
Not at all. I was just catching to make sure you were paying attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ample, similar with what we heard with teens. Senior voices around amenities for seniors for sure.
And what would that be?
I think that there was interest in places to sit. We saw this associated with the open space. I think we saw some signs of this at the ranch, and desire for senior and active adult programming. Peter, I don't know if you have other.
I'm just trying to
specific
figure
ideas.
out what seniors want that's different from the general adult population.
Yeah, it's a great question. We heard, and this is maybe, we heard bocce from a certain contingent, but when I said that on Monday at the ranch, a member of the public who was there, and I thought I saw her earlier tonight, but I think she may have given up, said, well, I'm a senior, but what I want is more community events. More places to get together as a community, more opportunities to gather as a community. So I think to your point, it isn't always necessarily different from what anyone else wants. There's a lot of overlap.
They just want to be included in something.
Right. Yeah, and I've seen so many unused bocce courts.
Wow.
I think for where a couple of places where I've seen a lot of engagement with seniors is, and I mentioned this a couple times, is this Tunnel Top Park in San Francisco, where it's kind of integrated, and I think seating is great, but I'd like to think that the senior community would like more than just seating. I think something, an interesting walking path, some sort of activity, some slope, maybe switchbacks, things like that. Those can be really effective ways to kind of get out and get your steps, which is really, really important. I think a dog park is something that I've heard from a lot of seniors in town. They're really interested in the dog park idea. And the other piece in that, in terms of sort of community events, would require a policy change. I think McKegney, when I was on post, we brought something to town council. Unfortunately, town council did not like the idea of adding amplified music and specifically allowing alcohol and that sort of thing. Some folks thought there needed to be a groundswell. I won't name names. But I think there are some things there that do require policy change in order to have community events in Tiburon, similar to what happens in Belvedere. Like if you wanted to have concerts in the park and that sort of thing.
There's one thing I wanted to add about the seniors that I know Corte Madera is doing that, or tried to do, that I think is really fabulous. And that is really creating spaces where seniors are next to youth, and they are not playing together, but they're interacting in a way that is not isolating for seniors. A lot of times seniors get isolated into a bench, let's just say a bench. And I think that builds more community. I have heard there is a big desire also for the Friday nights on Main. I heard that across the board, though it wasn't just specific to seniors. Bocce ball is another thing I heard, and more programming for seniors, and also more not so much facilities, but services. So services that will help seniors get to appointments, and things like that.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to interject real quickly. Given the hour, I'd like to try to get to the slides first and try to stop some of the commentary, because I know there's a lot of people in the public who've been waiting a long time tonight to get public comment on Zoom. So if we could try to find a way to get them to provide their public comment before it gets much later, that'd be.
Thanks, yes, I didn't realize that. So yeah, let's try to advance with the presentation,
Very
and
good.
take notes and refer back to it if we get
Very good.
to discussion.
Okay, we're pretty close. I won't miss anything. Signage regulations at the parks aren't clear or known. That maybe goes back to some of the policy conversation we just had. Need for more playgrounds. There are some loved ones. I think we were both hearing we need more, but I think I was also hearing they could be more creative. Like we could do better with the playgrounds that we could be providing. A vision for parks and recreation in Tiburon. This is a little bit higher level, safe and vibrant spaces to enjoy. I don't want to read each one of these, but I think there's lots of good words up here that reflect some hopes and aspirations for what a park system might be. It's definitely multi-generational, perhaps intergenerational, is really weighted up here. Specifically on the walking tour, and what we spent some time talking about the Richmond Bay Sanitary District site. So this is a real opportunity here within our shoreline park, and a lot of interest to really try to achieve something with that site. So beach volleyball courts, pickleball, rock climbing, ways to integrate perhaps rock climbing into the slope at the back area. People were thinking creative and kind of had some ideas that, and whether it was tunnel tops came up multiple times, but people were inspired by good designs. People were inspired by creating a real destination and something that's really attractive and beautiful there, as beautiful as the scenery is, and making really good use of that site with some good amenities. Bocce ball, I think that's some of the socialization that we were talking about, certainly for adults and seniors. Small amphitheater, places to gather, to have a little event, to have perhaps even a small performance. Maybe it's a small musical ensemble. A dog park definitely came up there. Places to sit, grassy areas. And specifically thinking about the benches in the grassy area and just that whole space, once we open up the former property, you could start to move things around. Maybe the trail needs to move over a little bit. There's actually quite a bit of space between the top of bluff and the kind of the back of the slope And so that could open up other ways to compose the site to accommodate grassy areas and things like that. Quiet spaces, reflection, meditation, skate park or a skate spot, and even a building, a community center. Those are all some of the things that we heard from.
I just want to make one quick comment, which
Sure.
is, you're aware, right, that we're not currently obtaining the entire Richardson Bay site. There's still a.
Correct, it's the ponds.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and people really, you know, were obviously really excited about that conversion and claiming that space. People also wanted the whole rest of it as well, and we
Right,
certainly had to
right,
explain that
understood.
that wasn't on the table. But that was a bit of an eyesore, and I
We
think
hope
folks would,
someday it will be.
folks would like
We're
to,
working on that.
folks would like to see, you know, yeah, more beautification or maybe even a reduction in some of the activities to pare it down to what's just needed. So that's kind of a good range of things that we heard there. That concludes our update for you, and we can turn it back over to you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So if it's okay, can I go to public comment?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So at this point, thank you for sticking it out. Do you have any further public comment you'd like to make, either one of you? That'd be great.
I'm gonna just check to see.
You want this one?
Take 1 minute here.
You want this one?
Mike was not prepared for a 6-hour meeting.
No.
Telling Lee I was on a boat tour in Wisconsin about a month ago, and the guy used the wireless mic. And same thing. Oh, I saw this huge bag of batteries in the bag. I see, same thing. You changed them like 3 times.
Protector.
Do you want me to hand it over there? Oh, you got it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you did it's a great job on this. I guess I would like to add or agree with the signage and the lack of knowing where the parks are is something important. I mean, for example, it was recently I read about I think it was in this about Tether Park, and I went to like Google Map, Apple Map, where is it? And none of the maps knew where it was either.
Oh, that's
Even on, I tried the Tip Run website and it wasn't clear. Weren't good maps that I found that could highlight where the parks were in more detail. I mean, then in those maps that you can't really see exactly where it was. So I think I agree with that more information needs to be provided about where they are, what's already there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, do we hear from you?
So fun job you guys have. Thank you for your service. And I guess I'm Mike Shepherd. I've lived in Tiburon for about 26 years with my family. I'm here representing the gradual aging of the community. And thanks for this excellent process and to WRT for their excellent report. I think this is a great opportunity for the town. It's also a great challenge at the same time to get all the competing interests right. As somebody who's in the lineal park at least once and most days more than once, I have a couple of things for you to consider as you go forward. The first is that the data from WRT is really great, but one piece that isn't in it is people who like the lineal park as it is and would think, don't do too much. That wasn't really an option in the survey, judging from the large number of people who use it every day. A lot of people really like it the way it is. And you see that a little bit in various bits of the survey, but I hope you will take that into account. At the same time, the survey reflects that at least when people are prompted, they have other uses they'd like to see. And it seems to me in a town like ours, we ought to be able to add those uses while still retaining the beauty, tranquility, bucolic space that we have. And I think the most likely place to do that is in the sanitary district ponds area, because that's kind of an eyesore. And so it's not gonna mess with everybody's love of the the scenery as it is. And I guess the sort of elephant in the room, judging from one other of these meetings that I attended that was about pickleball and Tether Park, is how you're going to deal with that, because you got some people who want more pickleball, and so a lot of people who are not going to want it anywhere near them. And I guess, and it actually wasn't all that. I was like number 6, but whatever, there are probably enough people who want to play that you got to pay attention to that. And so to me, the solution to that is put it inside, build a building.
Yeah.
Which you could do at the ponds. And if it costs more than you have, you can float a bond, because it's going to be used by future generations, hopefully. And that way you've made it okay for the neighbors, and you've given people an opportunity to play. I don't think, Peter, you said you got some complaints about your survey because it combined tennis and pickleball. I think if anybody wanted to play pickleball, they would have said yes to that. So I think you got the data you need. The dog park thing, I think for that space, I don't think that's the greatest use of it. I think the guy who said that, I was there when the guy said that, he said it because there was already a fence around it. Well, we could put a fence around some other place. I don't think that should drive it. The only other thing that I would mention is hopefully there's enough space in those ponds, and maybe stealing a little of the buffer between that and McKegney to do the kinds of things we want to do, be it community center, pickleball, any of these other things. But if not, it seemed to me that we could just borrow some of the Blackie's pasture space. I know there are some people who want to preserve Blackie as he is, and I think there's plenty of space around him, but that space is divided by a creek, and the downtown side of the creek is a beautiful space near parking, very accessible, flat. And I think if you need more space, that would be a great space to consider. So thanks for listening.
Thanks for the insights. I appreciate it. And thanks to the people online who've been patient with us. Is there anyone online who'd like to comment?
Yes, first speaker, please.
Hello, it's Ann Libin. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome back.
Thank you. I had a couple of comments on, I'm so glad you noticed that they didn't account for the increased population. Because I think that's going to make a difference, and it needs to be taken into account in planning. I felt it was a little ironic that during our discussion of zoning, the neighbors opposing Site J talked about it being a wildlife corridor. And you should know that it is not a human corridor, because there is a locked gate that prevents people from going from the Middle Ridge onto Hacienda. And it would sure be good if at some point the town could get an easement or something that allows there to be through hiking from the Middle Ridge to Hacienda and then on to Ring Mountain. I also think that in addition to signage, it would really be helpful if, like Belvedere, we had a map of all the feeder trails and easements that allow people to get to the main, particularly Ridge Trail and open space, county and town. I know, for example, that there's an easement from the top of Mateo Drive, where I live, up onto Ring Mountain, and it's not marked anywhere. It's great for the folks who know about it, but if it's supposed to be a public easement, it should be public. And I think there are others like that around town. In terms of the dog park, I think there does need to be a fenced dog park somewhere. When I was doing coast cleanup, there was an immense amount of dog waste right adjacent to the bay because people are letting their dogs run off leash. There just isn't a designated park. And when there's not a designated park, they don't clean up. So there should be a fenced area to try to take some of that pressure off. Finally, on the kayak and SUP ramp, it may be a good idea, but you need to be careful where you put it because much of Richardson Bay is closed to all kayaks, SUPs, motorboats, and everything else during the fall and winter use of that area by birds. It's owned by Audubon, and it actually, those people who got stuck were illegally in the area at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Libben.
Next speaker, please.
Hey, good evening, Chuck Hornbrook here. I'll be quick. Chuck Hornbrook, Tiburon. Few items that we're missing. One is on the Fountain Park wasn't included in the material, and I apologize that I didn't bring that up. And to the consultants, that's the park area directly north of Shoreline Park on the north side of Main Street on Tiburon Boulevard in Maine. It's a town park. And it needs to be included in some of the things that we're thinking about. Second, the library was noted with high satisfaction, but yet no other programs were listed from the library because it's somewhat different from the ranch. The library just had a survey that was done, surveying a lot of their users. And as those of you who have been to any fundraisers at the library, the users of the library and those who go to the fundraisers tend to be the older community. So it'll be very useful, I think, to get more data on programs and other pieces on that. So hopefully we can remember to include that versus planning programs in a silo of the library versus other things. Finally, the number of items were brought up on work that we've already kind of looked at or ongoing, and I hope that the town council continues to move forward on those. So for example, Post looked at a kayak and SUP launch and presented it to town council, and it didn't move forward. Additionally, Post moved forward a plan for a discussion on pickleball, and in our March 2022 meeting, that was then moved to town council. You guys created a subcommittee on that, and then no decision was made. And I hope town council and maybe talking with our consultants can move in parallel with these things versus waiting for a really long time for anything to get done. Which tends to happen far too often in our fine town. Thank you. I'll yield back my minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hornbrook.
Seeing no further comments.
Thanks. I will close public comment period then and bring it back to council for further discussion or questions. Anyone? Okay. Yeah, I think we appreciate you going through that so thoroughly. And just one quick question, what do you see as the next steps, and do you need anything from us for the next steps?
Yeah, immediate next steps for us are to really do that pivot to what does this all mean? Everything that we've learned for a structure of recommendations that starts at a pretty high level and then filters down to get more specific recommendations around all of these topics that we've talked about tonight. And we'll be working with staff. We'll be going back out to the community very soon, probably early in the year, January, maybe February, and beginning to test those preliminary ideas to understand if we're on the right track and to help us prioritize these potential improvements.
So just to kind of follow up on that really quickly. So, or maybe not quickly, I don't know. But and then what do you anticipate? You may not have an answer for this, and that's okay. But like at some point, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're thinking, we as a council are going to, like, even if you accept sort of this amount of public engagement as perfect, or you want more, or you want a lot more, like whatever we get, it won't be every opinion in town. So we as elected representatives will ultimately have to make decisions because we've been elected to make decisions for people who, right, represent their views. Did on that, would you say that there are discussions that we will come before council that we will have as a council, or is it sort of an approval thing, or like how, where do we wrap in next, I guess is for the discussion.
I could take a stab at that one. I think that potentially the additional workshop that was discussed might really be helpful, because I think where Peter is describing that we're going, and this additional, we have still another round of public engagement with a community workshop. I think there's going to be issues around the trail and some design standards associated with the trail. I think there could some thinking around the wastewater treatment site, the ponds, and perhaps even more broadly around the pasture to McKegney Green to the South Knoll, if that's an area of focus. Some key strategies around a couple of the parks that folks have mentioned up there. I think out of that there will be some good ideas, but there'll also be probably the need for some conversations. And we'll be inviting full community comment into all of those conversations. But I think ultimately, that might take an extra round with you all.
Thanks, appreciate that. Yeah, Vice Mayor Fredericks.
And so in addition to the information about what the community's wishes and priorities are, will the report include actually the best possibilities and the constraints for providing for what people are asking for? So what do I have in mind, for example? Well, many of the recreational requests actually have impacts. Will there be an assessment of what it takes to provide the service, what the impacts are, and how they can be mitigated? Is that the kind of thing you cover?
So I'm not sure what you're meaning by impacts and mitigation. I think the crux of the plan maybe will be having all these, seeing all these great ideas on the table and trying to put them together in a way that creates a cohesive park and recreation system that meets as close as we can, meets the vision of the community. And then is something that the town has a strategy to maintain over time.
All right, I can tell you what I had in mind.
Okay.
Actually, so for example, it really is important to have better trail signage and better information about how you access it. But some of the access points are only accessible by parking somewhere unless 3/4 of the day is going to be taken just getting to the trailhead. And because they're kind of embedded at the ends of roads of neighborhoods, the access often is, it has impacts on the neighborhoods. So one of the discussions was, how do we mitigate the worry? And it has come up in the past of publicizing this information about the trails and then having the neighbors deal with the impacts, whether they're real or imagined. And so, for example, one mitigation might be providing parking permits to people and their guests who live in the neighborhoods to encourage the people who are accessing the trails to actually walk there. I'm not saying you have to cover everything. I'm just saying that's the kind of thing I was asking whether will be considered in the report, how we make things work.
Yeah, I think there'll be a number of issues like that, that some will fall very much within the purview of a parks plan, and some things will just probably get a little too detailed. And I think that the more we're up for getting as much comments and as much good ideas to be able to lay out a strategy and push this as far as we can to lay out a clear enough strategy that recommends kind of the full spectrum of what's desired. It's desired to have this access, but these are the things we really have to be careful with. We have to also be mindful of impacts to the neighborhood, so that in future elected officials, staff, even a future consultant that's trying to implement this plan has enough information to make some good decisions and the public can make good decisions. So we would invite you guys to help us flesh out all those issues as much as possible. And our community members and Peter and I are going to be listening really closely to those conversations so that this plan can reflect as much of that nuance as possible.
Thank you.
And great example.
Yeah, thanks. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we'll wrap this item up. Thank you guys so much. And last two things, do we have any town council reports?
Yes. So I recently attended the Del Mar Neighborhood Association meeting. A lot of great questions around e-bikes and, and that sort of thing. I think very, very engaged group. I think the other thing that I wanted to talk about is the post recommendation that's coming about e-bikes. I think one request I would have is that we have someone from Post here to give us some some of that connectivity around the decision, as well as some context around why they made the changes that they're suggesting. So if it's possible, similar to how WRT is part of the panel, it would be great to have someone from Post as a part of the panel so that they're not restricted to just the public comment period.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually.
Thanks.
I would also request that the next time we get something about housing, maybe we get someone from planning also.
Any other council member reports?
I did just want to bring up one issue. The next meeting date is December 6th, and I was hoping that date could be changed. I have it's a huge competition that my daughter's in. It's international. And I was hoping that we could have the meeting the week before. And I've looked at every single flight scenario, and there's just not a way that I can be there and be international at the same time. I think everyone knows I'm a single mom. I do the best I can, but this is just one situation that I really am having some trouble with. So I'm going to ask my colleagues for some help here. If there's any way that we could do the meeting the week before. It's an important meeting. It's our last meeting of the year, and I really would like to be here.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to add one comment to that. Tonight's zoning ordinance that you did the introduction, it only can be adopted at a regular meeting, can't be adopted at a special meeting. So it's the last regular meeting of the year, and for it to go into effect by end of January, that's one issue that you might want to consider.
Thanks for the heads up on that.
However, there could be the two meetings anyway. There could be a meeting on the 6th to adopt it, and the rest of the business could be done the week before. That's what I would be asking for.
Thanks. Any other council member reports? Any town manager reports?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.